Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Let us start up here. And hope that I don't get ads here randomly in like a minute. That would be the latest start of ads I've ever had. Alright, what do we have here? Against all odds, the old data slate activates in your hands. It displays only a sequence of text entries that repeats over and over again. Mark this, the Omnisci's sacred color is green. Green indicates the motive force is sufficient. Not blue, not red, never black. Only green reveals the truth. The machine god punishes me for my lack of diligence. What am I missing? The second button always provides one charge for one level. The third gives 2 charges, but only for the second and third vid screens. The first, I have only grasped that it grants a different charge to each screen. First receives 3. But what of the others? I must test, I must comprehend. Omnisci, all-comprehending and all-knowing, reveal to me thy wisdom in the weaving of calculable probabilities. Grant me clarity of thought and freedom from all temptations of the flesh. Memory module is damaged. I must decipher it. I will make records so as not to forget. Mark this, the Omnisci's sacred color is green. Green indicates
follow my lead.
Oh, that was easy. It was just 1, 2, 3, 1. What a puzzle. We don't need that. I'll take the rest of it.
I have learned much in my exile.
Social commentary for most popular passwords. Yeah. Yeah. These obelisks were erected much later than the original structure. What is written on them? Panegyric, an epitaph, a warning.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Scorch marks from an unknown energy weapon, probably of Xenos origin. The tech priest's twisted, tarnished remains, with splayed mechadendrites, make you think of a squashed metal spider. Examine the remains. Powerful shot pulverized the head into a tangle of metal and cables. Your eyes linger on the sprawling metal tentacles. Never before have you seen mechadendrites so peculiarly modified. The killer must have thought the same. One of the limbs is missing, with only a dark and empty connection socket where it ought to be. Search the remains. You move the heavy frame aside and rummage through the tangled wires and dried tubes. As you brush decayed scraps of cloth off the body, They reveal a rusted memory module. Connect your data slate to the memory module. After a series of dry clicks, the machine spirits awaken from their long slumber. A steady buzzing sound from within the memory module grows louder, and the data slate screen produces a pale... One moment here. Du Susterman, you are the only one who's going to see this, because I realized what happened and why I wasn't getting ads on Twitch. I apparently somehow misclicked and hit start recording instead of start streaming. So I was only streaming to YouTube. Oops. Alright. We're gonna try this again. Obtain access to the data logs. I will do that after the ads play. 12 minutes of YouTube exclusivity. Oops. That one is on me. My bad, everyone. Hey, how's it going, Cleve Wizard? Hope all is well. Yeah, so what happened was I had somehow misclicked and hit start recording instead of start streaming on the Twitch side of things. So I was very confused why ads weren't playing. But I figured it out sooner than later, thankfully. Oops. Thankfully, not much was missed. Most of that time was spent waiting for the ads to start playing, and they never did. All you really missed was me doing a 1-2-3-1 puzzle. Which, that was really chill. It was very difficult. Harder than any fight I've had so far in Act 4. And that speaks volumes. Once a build is going, boy is it going. Yep. Alright, the ads have officially finished. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. Sorry about that little mishap there. Can't recall ever doing that before. After a series of dry clicks, the machine spirits awaken from their long slumber. A steady buzzing sound from within the memory module grows louder, and the data slate screen produces a pale glow. Obtain access to the logs. Years of hibernation have taken their toll on the machine spirits, and a flood of errors turns the screen red. The long list of journal entries left by the owner is all but completely corrupted. With luck, you might piece together useful information from the surviving fragments. Search the logs for the owner's name. The memory module belonged to Magos Exalt 117, the engine seer of the Von Valencius flagship. It appears that your ancestor made the engine seer part of his retinue for a landing on the planet. Exalt 117 proceeded to keep meticulous records of the expedition's progress. One can but hope that the surviving entries will lift the veil surrounding Siberian's fate. Search for information on Siberian's actions in the temple. Entry after entry is reported as destroyed by the machine spirits, until finally you chance upon an intact fragment. Only the Omniscia's wisdom enables one to find the true path. But what is one to do if the calculation of that path's vector proves incorrect because of unaccounted for variables? One such variable is Siberian's fixation on the mysteries of the Xenos. His drive to pass through the sealed temple door is driving the expedition off the path I calculated. Only corrupted and unreadable lines follow. You eagerly reread the entry. Siberian was persistent in his efforts to get past the closed door. Did he succeed, or did he turn back? Search the memory module for information on the sealed door. You pass over several corrupted entries until one titled The Truth Prevails freezes your data slate. For hours upon hours, I prayed to the Omniscia while devising patterns of Xenos glyphs on my mental map, until finally my processing nodes experienced an epiphany. Although the Xenos language is untranslatable, a comparative analysis of the glyphs provided me with a coordinate system sufficient for the purpose, enabling me to progress. Using it helped me reduce the range of images to only 3. Siberian tried each of them in turn and opened the desired door. This guy, the streamer has eagerly reread things. I enjoy reading books, sometimes rereading them. Read the last entry. The effort to recover Siberian has been postponed several times now. An unpleasant hypothesis has formed at the intersection of my mental paths. Not all expedition members desire his return. If events continue along the present vector, I must go and retrieve him myself. The likelihood of losing my way is small, as Siberian was planning on leaving marks behind. Whatever happened to Siberian's retinue, it's quite likely that your ancestor's trail lies behind that door. Now you have only to find the glyph that opens it. The Aldari's body crumbled to dust inside the fine armor. An enormous gate, clearly wrought by inhuman hands. The doors are emblazoned with a multitude of shimmering sigils. The skill evident in the carved Xenos inscriptions both awes and disgusts you. Yeah, I don't often reread things, but I have, like, 5 books over the years. And it was fun. I'd do it again. Not those ones specifically, but I mean, I would reread again if I felt the urge. After a few seconds, you become aware of an interesting detail. The gate appears utterly untouched by time, unlike the ruins around it. Hello, Anga Velmar. Hope all is well. You see the ending. Uh-oh. Are you saying that I'm gonna die here? New DLC. New DLC. Henrik's eyes narrow as he stares at the gate in grim contemplation. Gotcha. No worries. We're going in blind and we're gonna see how it goes. What lies beyond this gate is unlikely to please me, or you for that matter. What a curious find, Shireen. My intuition tells me that behind great doors like these, great mysteries often lie, and great treasures, but more likely, even greater troubles. Enter the gate. If nothing else, this DLC area has given me the greatest sense of danger I've had in Act 4 thus far. Zoriel? Or Zorael? We have goods.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh boy. I do not like that autosave.
A trap filled with the foul technology of the Ogier. How heedless and blind you were, Elantok, when you stepped within these halls. However, even my eyes fail to recognize the trap set by the ancient enemy, and your kind is 100 times easier to deceive.
Speak for yourself, will you? My gut tells me that any cold trader with a nose for profit would jump at the chance to get their hands on anything on those pedestals.
Is it safe to loot right now? What is this? Electro-integrated selling. For each stack of Ferrum Sanctum, the energy and shock damage dealt by Eogen is increased by an amount equal to the increased shock damage he suffers from this effect after applying all modifiers. Boy, this sounds really good until you read the negative effect. And then you're like, oh, okay, he's just gonna blow up my entire team. That's neat. The monster confusedly stomps on the spot, working its jaw and tossing its head. The fluid curves of the Xenos creation are unlike any piece of machinery you've ever seen. Yeah, that's not usually where Aerogun is, though. Green light is reflected in the lenses of the unmoving Adeptus Astartes war machines. Sorry, war machine. Every now and then, a quiet hiss, like the sound of a weak, labored breathing, comes from the Vox speakers.
It's about time.
The branches of the plant are so sharp that one look at them causes your palms to tingle unpleasantly. In the strange light, the bizarre creature seemed to move on its pedestal. The creature's small eyes stare malevolently in space. Ooh, what is this? The enemies of humanity are frozen, locked in mortal combat.
Follow my lead.
A powerful figure in dark armor lies sprawled on the platform under the light of emitters from the unknown Xeno device. It is undoubtedly one of the Astartes, and he's still alive. Strange shackles made of light restrain his arms and legs. Mortal Kombat, yes. The warrior's dark, almost black armor is covered in holy sigils and amulets. His right pauldron gleams a vivid crimson, marked with a winged black drop, the emblem of the Blood Angels, one of the most illustrious chapters of the Adeptus Astartes. Among the other heraldry, you notice a massive letter I decorated with a skull and crossbones. I can hear your heartbeat. You're not a Xeno solution. Help me, human. Who are you? Captain Zor-El of the Death Watch. Special chapter of the Adeptus Astartes dedicated solely to the extermination of Xenos. The Death Watch is made up of those Astartes who have distinguished themselves in battles against the aliens. The warriors are one of the most powerful bulwarks protecting the Imperium from the constant encroachment of the enemies of humanity. Death Watch? Is that a chapter of some kind? No, I'm not gonna say that. You have the crest of the Blood Angels on your shoulder. Why? Because I'm one of the sons of Sanguinius. The Death Watch selects the finest Xenos slayers from all existing chapters of Astartes. Are you wounded? Not anymore. My inaction was long and my wounds have healed. I'm ready for battle. How did one of the Astartes come to be here? While clearing out one of the Xenos-infested planets, our unit was ambushed. Blood of Sanguinius, we fought to the bitter end, but we lost. The Necrons did not finish off the wounded, instead taking them as trophies. Why? I do not know. I will say one, I guess. Destroyer of Xenos. We rarely make contact with humans, and there are many reasons for that. For now, that is all you need to know, human. Enough questions. What does this twisted machine do? This device transforms living beings into substance called hard light. It is a xenomechanical abomination. The warrior controls his anger with great effort, but it breaks through as a deep rumble in his voice. Light energy that possesses the properties of material objects. Yeah, I don't know enough about the chapters to know what a Grey Knight is. So far, my knowledge of the chapters is what this guy has said. and what Ulfar has said. How do I set you free? There's a control node not far behind the central platform. Through it, the Necrons place their victims in shackles and transform them. I could see that the orb on the upper left controls the supply of energy, and that the switch on the far right triggers the transformation. You wouldn't? No one who learns about them lives to tell? Ah, I see. Ulfar does not say much. He just makes poems. Why should I help you? The Astartes' already sharp features harden further, making him resemble a carved statue. Because my duty is to serve the Imperium while the blood of Sanguinius still courses through my veins, and you will help me to carry it out, one way or another. Make haste, human. The Primarch's blood in my veins calls out for vengeance. Yeah.
Victory awaits!
Strange Xenos construction resembling a throne. If you look closely, you will notice a subtle engram pattern covering the entire surface of the device. The intricate pattern gleams slightly from within.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The light refracts and dances along the sharp edges of the throne's decorative finish, promising unpleasant consequences for anyone who attempts to sit on it. Alright. So be it. The console that controls the monstrous device seems to grow out of the metal floor. The matte black panels are dotted with chains of glowing glyphs and a few protruding orbs. Try to understand the purpose of the buttons. The chains of symbols are perversely beautiful, but utterly beyond human comprehension. The technology of the denizens of this place would baffle even an ordained servant of the Omnissiah. I don't know if I succeeded or failed there. Touch the rightmost chain. The ominous buzzing of the awakened emitters echoes throughout the room. The green beams converge concentrically on the figure of the center platform, turning the warrior into an ephemeral, frozen ghost. Until his last second. Whoops. The Astartes stares at you without making a sound. Go and protect us? Abelard strikes a mighty blow with his sword against the console, but it leaves not a scratch on the accursed metal. Swearing under his breath, the Seneschal lowers his gaze in defeat. I sincerely hope this act was born of ignorance, rogue traitor. Yes, very much so. Henrix's voice is quiet and calm, but the vein pulsing on his forehead betrays his true emotions. The platform carrying the mournful shadow of the holy warrior rises up and runs away into an intricate tangle of metal columns. Perhaps climbing one of those columns is the only way to leave this place.
A new challenge for me?
To the exhibits. Floating transport slabs defy gravity with advanced xenotech. Trazen, keeper of the collection, a young and primitive civilization diligently exploring the region for the past several centuries. Rarely do they achieve anything of substance, and yet, even such unremarkable creatures can at times leave a mark on history. Foul Xenos wretch. Abelard turns bright red at Trazen's words. The Seneschal is clearly fighting the urge to get into an altercation with the projection, which is entirely indifferent to the present events. Examine the embellished casket. Who led humanity's campaign in the region this race calls the Calixis sector? These remains of Drusus, unlike those held by others of his kind, are genuine. Had they been in humanity's possession, they would have been lost after a scant few millennia. Look at the war machine. Curious that this specimen was deemed precious enough to be encased in such a construct. Sister Missima, as she was called, was completing some march of penance in the region, which ended with her entering my collection. Even in its current state, the beast looks more like a predatory beast than a faithful steed. I want to plunder the exhibit so badly. I have the distinct feeling that will not go well, though. A crude arrow and the letter C have been carved into the metal. The angel of the Emperor's gaze is full of silent condemnation, judging you for your failure to save him from a disgraceful end. Faded chevrons in the sleeve of his overcoat identify the guardsman as a member of the 138th Mechanized Infantry Regiment of the Death Corps of Krieg.
It's about time.
I'm doing it. Relics of Saint Drusus. Why didn't I crash the game after that? Because I'm not scumming it. This is a genuine Grim Darkness. I haven't save scummed it at all this playthrough. No matter what happens, I accept it and I roll with it. We have another Chronomancer here. The tall creature resembles a human, only remotely, held upright on the metal tentacles that serve as its legs. It stares at you with a single eye that glows dimly in the room. And, yes, he did say that touching the stuff on the right would, activate the transformation, but remember, you're talking to the person who somehow misclicked, start recording instead of start streaming earlier today. I'm not entirely awake at the moment. Finally, one of the creature's limbs extends in a lofty gesture, after which, perfectly intelligible words in low Gothic pour forth from the narrow slit that crosses its face where its mouth is. I offer my greetings to you in the galleries of the great Museion visitor. The Xenos' pronunciation and word stress are flawless, but the tone is devoid of humanity. I wish to know your name. Who are you? I am Chronomancer Amatek, the Faithful, vassal of the Nihilic dynasty, one of the wardens of the Museion. He gives you an indifferent look, yet you can still feel the contempt it carries. It is my duty to maintain the exhibits to the fullest extent possible, safeguarding them from encroachment. I saw a thing similar in appearance to you at the entrance to this place. Pejorative definition is semantically inappropriate in your utterance, primitive creature. The metal plate replacing the Xenos' face shows no emotion, but you read displeasure in the movements of his many limbs. You have indeed beheld the Warden, to whom the Infinite has entrusted the protection of the outer gates of the Museion. The Great Museion, what is this place? This vault of rarities belongs to Trazyn the Infinite, preserver of histories, archaeologist of the Solemnis galleries. A multitude of historical artifacts that have been deemed worthy of the Overlord's attention are gathered here at his will. The hall you see now contains remarkable artifacts from the Cronus Expanse. Are there other halls? Countless more. Some contain artifacts from the farthest reaches of the galaxy. Others serve as transcendent dungeons for beings of unfathomable power who once drank the stars dry. Access to them is denied to you, as it is to other specimens of inferior races. I'm seeking the Crimson Dance of Cain. Is it here? There is an object by that name among the exhibits in this gallery. It is located just beyond the historical diorama in the center of the room. The one dedicated to the primitive who once stole the same object. The polyhedrons hovering above the Chronomancer's head shimmer and rotate to the rhythm of his measured speech. I've heard all I wish to know. The Necron says nothing, in no hurry to dignify you with further conversation. Let me pass and no one will be harmed. The Necron holds out a hand with a staff clutched in it. In front of him, more warning than threatening, visitor, you are of an inferior race. As Warden, it is my duty to bar entry to any who might damage the exhibits. I've come for the relic that belongs to my dynasty, and I will not leave without it. I do not know of what you speak, visitor. There's nothing here that belongs to you or your Imperium, and that is an inviolable truth. Any attempts to dispute this truth will result in your annihilation. I feel like 2 is a lie. I'm not technically gonna be damaging anything. I'm gonna be pillaging it, but he's gonna see it the same. I have no intention of damaging anything. I give you my word. You will go no further, primitive creature. The Necron's weapon swings sharply, but does not in your direction. It is aimed at the guardsman. Your existence ends here. The tip of the staff flashes, and a cascade of green sparks passes over the bodies of the captive fighters, bending them to the Xenos' malevolent will. After gracing you with one last disinterested glance, the Warden phases out of reality in a flare of green light. The Krieg soldiers spring into motion, turning their faces covered by rebreathers in your direction and raising their las guns. You. That's a new kind of bot. cool, except I'm on the receiving end.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
You dare cross the faithful?
Not only am I on the receiving end, but my turn order is fucky. Heinrichs is supposed to go first.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid.
Oh hey, we have turrets. Been a while since I've had those. Yeah, sure thing. We have the Krieg Flamer. He has a respirator. Unaffected by Krieg gas. Alright, that's fine. Entrenched. Creature takes cover in a trench. All ranged attacks from weapons and turrets fired outside the trench at the creature are made with an extra penalty to hit. As long as the Commissar is alive, this creature gains 20 ballistic skill and 20 perception. Krieg soldiers wear gas masks and are immune to toxic damage. While in trenches, Krieg soldier gains plus 20 willpower. When a Krieg soldier dies, it grants salvation and death to the rest of the Krieg soldiers. Ah, interesting. Also fireproof. That was the Krieg officer. Do you have anything extra here? An Iron Eye grenade. Krieg Flamer. Okay, most of these are very similar. Infantry. What does their Tarantula Scorpion, or a Tarantula Sentry gun do? It's just a sentry, or a turret. Healed medkit at all costs. Krieg Sniper. Alright. They are super attrition warfare battalions who love trench combat and are the most zealous unit in the Imperium Army. Hell yeah.
I can do that with the right incentive. Tell me, and it is done. Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem, I've got a prize. I can do that with the right incentive.
Okay.
Tell me, and it is done.
Hey again. So famous and loved by 40k fans that they have books just for them. Nice.
A valid argument. Executing command. A Astute observation. A valid argument. Executing command. Assess and act the tech system.
Alright. So here goes. I will give Heinrichs a turn here.
I am a conduit of the machine god's will!
Naturally.
Everybody gets buffed here.
Go on, beast. I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
And then warp
But of
speed.
course.
Be wary! The veil thins!
I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
An affront to the Omnissiah.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
I've seen this before! In my exile!
Do my bidding.
Burb, get in there.
Avert your eyes!
For the throne.
Take us on.
Alright, that's good enough for Heinrichs. Eogun. Buffed to the brims. And then I get a turn.
Write legends about me.
Already done. Nothing
Reckless
I can't
Rush.
do. Not a problem.
Galvanize.
My tactics are flawless. Losing me was your biggest mistake.
Okay. If I come over here... Alright, I will be able to.
Nothing I can. Another clean strike.
Really? You lived?
Already done. Watch and learn.
Alright, and, yeah, late, I like how comically obscene it gets, but I also dislike just how dumb easy it is.
Suits my purposes. You didn't stand a chance. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Not a problem for me. Suits my purpose. Nothing
Reload.
I can't do. Suits my purposes. You didn't stand a chance.
No, I like the feeling of a level 20 D&D character too. I just like there still being things that, you know, can fight I don't like being thrown level 10 enemies when I'm a level 20 D&D character. That's what I dislike.
All too easy. Nothing I can't. Watch and learn. Suits my purposes. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Nothing I can't do. Nowhere to hide. All too easy. Nothing up. You didn't stand a chance.
Okay. I will daring breach.
I am fear.
Get my movement back.
Let's see how they respond to this.
Are you the only one left? There's a Krieg Commissar with 4 HP somehow still. Krieg Sniper and Krieg Flamer way up there.
I shall not fear.
I see.
Already done. Nothing of value has been lost. Nothing I can't do. Suits my purposes. All too easy. Suits my purposes. Not a problem for me.
Depends on the version of D&D. But yes, there are plenty of things that can in 3.5 at least.
Suits my purpose. Opposing me is your biggest mistake.
Alright, so it's just the Commissar left. Why Salvation and Death? Until he finishes his turn.
Forge
Okay.
ahead. Nothing I can watch and learn. Absolutely not. Already done. There's nowhere to hide. Another clean strike.
I'm just bullying the poor guy.
Nothing I can't do. All too easy. Watch and learn. Another clean strike. There's nowhere to hide. Another clean strike. Watch and learn.
Yup.
Throne take you.
Yeah, it is. Poor Deathcore. They deserved better than that.
I won't tolerate weakness.
What's the barbed wire do? Loses 2 MP. That's whatever. Okay, what do we have here? Great Coat of Krieg. Gains 10 willpower and 10% dodge while in cover. Death World characters gain 20 willpower, 20% dodge while in cover instead. Seems okay, I guess. Whenever a party member falls unconscious, the wearer gains salvation in death. That's kind of neat. Throw that on a party member when you have a Dira in party.
Victory awaits!
There is nothing on the pedestals with origins in the Imperium. The selection of Xenospawn, however, is remarkable.
A collection of heresies assembled by another heresy? Well, I have been to many places in my life, but this is the foulest corner of the galaxy I have ever had the misfortune of visiting.
None
Okay, if
shall
I click
stand
this-
in my way.
Ah,
I
I
am at
see.
your disposal.
Oh boy, I'm gonna get lost in here. Kinetic Reflector. Whenever the user dodges a melee attack, they use Shield Bash against the attacker if they have a shield equipped. Ah, that's neat.
Fascinating. Let's take a look.
Follow my lead.
If I come back this way, I think there was another thing on me I could poke. Like, over here.
It's about time.
Food arrow and the letter C have been carved into the metal. Okay, that wasn't anything. It was worth looking, though. This place seems to have lots of unique loot. As befitting of, you know, what it is. Of the world torn apart by the influence of the Reaper's Eye star and the processional of the damned, its greatest value is that the anomaly that created it is as old as I am. Processional of the Damned mentioned? I think that's DLC 4. I suppose even a mighty Ashmag from the throng of soulless metallic Xenos is not immune to such simple frailties as megalomania. Reflect on the processional of the damned. I've been there several times, searching for relics among the ancient wrecks. It may be possible to find something of real historical value in their depths, but without strong evidence of their significance, such finds are of little interest to me. Examine the debris. Perhaps the display is rather sparse, without additional exhibits. However, how could I have placed a relic of my own vintage among less temporally significant trophies?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Another platform with frozen silhouettes is visible on the other side of the chasm, but it is impossible to reach it. The remnants of the exhibits I acquired in this stellar region, but which have not been distributed among other displays. Someday I must find an opportunity to deal with them, although the significance of this section is so minor that I find the usefulness of such a task to be highly questionable. Examine the strange device. Took it from the ship of a rogue trader who had no idea of the value of the object that had fallen into his hands as part of a routine transaction. I am still to determine the provenance of this intriguing device known as the brass prism when I find the time. Look at the body. Capable of guiding their crude ships through the warp, this particular exemplar, named Benetic, was able to theorize the potential existence of a route to this sector. Alas, I was unable to acquire a live specimen, so I contented myself with the remains. Turned to the helm of the Imperial vessel. Despite the unsophisticated nature of both its own construction and its crew, the Spear of Tarsus was able to gain a region hitherto presumed beyond their reach. Obviously, this was in great measure the whim of the warp storms that had distorted space and time. Benetic's Rest. Enemies that suffer damage from the Navigator also gain a damage over time effect that deals damage to them at the end of their turn until the end of combat. The damage is equal to 20% of all damage they've suffered from the Navigator. Huh, neat. Has really good stats, too.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Is that a dragon? No. It looks like a dragon, but it's not a dragon. This is metal. Neat. Alright, we'll check some of this stuff out here in a minute. When the ads finish, as it is time for ads. They will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for Twitch for the next hour. I do not do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses content. And I will catch everyone when I return. Alright. Yeah, it's finished. Let's take a look at some of these. This foul creation radiates palpable heat. The air near the leering mouth is searingly hot. I don't actually know what this is. If anybody can inform me on what this is, that'd be sick. It's called a Helldrake? Nice. That sounds pleasant and fun. As soon as your eyes fall upon this abomination, barely audible, frantic murmurs come from deep within it.
None shall stand in my way.
Thick, volume-bound, and time-darkened human skin, covered in unholy runes. The very gazes of these warp-twisted creatures seems to exude pestilence. I want to fight one of those. Ascendance. Alright, and Scourge of the Xenos. These are pretty neat. You know what? I got Drukhari weapon proficiency yesterday, and I didn't actually throw any of them on. Alright. Elite Blast Pistol. I think that's the one that I want. I could go the Desolation Blast Pistol, but I think I prefer the Elite Blast Pistol. Yeah, I will go that down here. Actually, I'm gonna try it up here. For some reason, like, single shot, guns don't seem to fire if I kill the enemy with my melee weapon. But this might, because it's not a single shot, it's a Dark Light Blast, whatever the hell that means. So, maybe it'll shoot like the, Bowhammer does, so that I get my free stacks of versatility. And this is just a better, offhand, because RBD's underarm Bowhammer has no armor pen, really.
Victory awaits.
Okay, this is heading north. The demonic machine sits motionless, surrounded by worshipping heretics. It is silent, but it reeks of hatred. Alright, I'm gonna come back over this way. I want to come down here. There's apparently stuff to loot here. Song of Lu-Nasad. This doesn't seem all that interesting. I mean, max ammo 100, but like,
A new challenge for me?
Deep longing and uncontrollable hatred seem to emanate from the mysterious milky white shard. A living weapon of an ancient foe, lost to timelessness. This region of the void rarely attracts Eldari, which is why the display is incomplete. Other sections of the Museion contain more interesting exhibits from this civilization, but I managed to find a few interesting pieces in this backwater as well. Inspect the empty pedestal. Nocturne of Oblivion, a solitaire from a group of Eldari belonging to the Harlequin subspecies. Solitaires are extremely rare, but I managed to capture this piece after multiple attempts. It appears that he left. Which is funny, because I've interacted with him multiple times, so. It appears the Xenos has not personally checked his collection in some time. Abelard grins into his mustache, visibly pleased that he has caught the enemy of humanity in this oversight. Not even the great Ogre Lord was able to keep the Arabenian in bondage. There's admiration and horror in Irliot's voice. Look at the Eldari warrior. Of a band of Eldari corsairs called the Crow Spirits, unusually aggressive for their species. My working theory is that belonging to the craft world Lu-Nasad, which perished in this sector of the void, has affected their mental structures and resulted in this altered behavior. Due to mysterious construction. I recovered this exhibit from one of the most inaccessible regions of the sector. Only a molecular stasis field allowed me to stabilize the remains of the ancient craft world Lu-Nasad.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
And this is, what, Gene Stealers? Or Tyranid, or whatever? Some manner of... Multi-Melta... Long-range combat sensors. The weapon's maximum range is increased by... It's for, Eogan. Let's take a look here. 2 times number of potential energy stacks, percent... int bonus divided by 2. So yeah, maximum range is increased by 4. Ranged attacks deal... extra damage. Ranged area attacks cost 1 AP less. After attacking with a ranged weapon, Eogan suffers 8 shock damage with 50% armor pen. While Eogan is suffering from a concussion, the maximum range of his ranged attacks is reduced by 3. And if you galvanize it, he becomes immobilized. And until the end of combat, as long as he remains immobilized, he ignores line of sight while attacking, and the maximum range of his weapon is increased by plus 100. I will be throwing that on him the moment we get back. Just make sure there's nothing back here that I need.
None shall stand in my way.
Okay, I think that heads to where I want to go. So I will head this way first instead.
Victory awaits!
Oh, God.
We must act.
Oh, no. Alright, let's see. Do I see any patterns here that I want to, Okay. I don't know how I can't find any patterns here. Anybody else see any patterns that I might be missing? Just trying to parse, you know, any sort of pattern that might give me an idea on what I'm supposed to be doing. I wonder if I'm supposed to get the red line from, like, over here to over here. Is that maybe what I'm supposed to try? Yeah, the red does seem more important than the green. Oh! Oh, turning it, you can get things to turn not red. I don't know how I did that, but we'll go until, see if I can turn things not red. Okay, that didn't seem to work. Can I? Okay, okay. That's a start. Okay. I feel like I'm making progress and not making progress at the same time. I might just have to look this up. I'm feeling particularly dumb right now. I mean, I figured out a little bit of it, but it doesn't appear to have been enough. Ah, hold up. Hold up. Okay, okay. Progress is being made. Okay.
They say a little bit of humility never hurt anyone. I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
Okay. Nope. All right. Okay. I feel like I've made some progress here, but I feel like I'm still lacking somewhere. I only have a couple more pieces of red to go, and I'm... There we go, there's one. Alright, alright. I see. Okay, can I do it
It's about
this
time.
way? I just have one piece that's not right. Which means there's two pieces that aren't right, but... Or at least two pieces that aren't right.
We shall prevail.
Can I click on it, please? Thank you. I feel like I'm so close and yet so far. Rubik's Cube frustration. I just have this one row that's not right. Ah.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay, what if I... Okay, that's not gonna work. No.
I'm always ready.
My God, can you stop stepping on the tile that I want to move? So each one is a right angle, essentially, in the way that it flows the energy. I just have to figure out how to... Well, not all of them. Some are straight lines. Hey. Okay. But then I need to figure out how to get this one. I feel like I traded one lone red for a different lone red. Okay, but then that trades for those. I would need either this to shift, which would break all of that, or... Okay, hold on here. No. Okay. Maybe that opens up a couple more possibilities here. Okay, that doesn't seem to do anything. What about over here? This is a straight line one? Why does this have to be a straight line one? Alright. There's one red tile left. Why? I'm losing it. I'm losing it, guys. I'm losing it. Nope, that needs to be what it was.
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
How... Alright, screw this. I'm looking it up. I give up. I got so close so many different times. Oh! Oh, shit. Okay. I looked it up and I didn't get the answer, but I got a hint. And it is that, it is two halves of a whole. I need to look at this as like two separate halves, and I need to have the green going to both of these. I believe. Okay, there's one. Now I just need to figure out the other one.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Okay, these are all straight lines, so that's not going to happen. This is a straight line too, so I need to figure out some way of... What? That doesn't make sense. Okay, it has to come from here, which means this has to be this way. I suppose it could come from here. But they said that it's two separate halves. Don't look at them together. Hey, there we go. As soon as I understood the rules of the puzzle, it became easier. Alright, this was not worth it. Except for the fun of the puzzle.
A new challenge for me? None shall stand in my way.
Plunder the exhibit. Mercy lost. And Rancor. Oh yeah, I should probably look to see if I have a better weapon than Carnage as well, now that I have Drukari weapon proficiency. I could use the Jin Blade of Eurymeris. Has a lot less armor pen and a lot less or it doesn't scale the same way. I do get strength from it, which is neat. But this gives 25% crit damage each time I hit with it. Dominant Torment, Insatiable Jin Blade. This is similar, but it's agility instead of, okay. Mercy lost. I think that's the one we just got. Severed Hand. Auto-striking Power Sword. No, I think I'm still sticking with Carnage for now. One day I'll find a better weapon than what I found in Act 2.
It's about time.
Grisly-looking implants gleam coldly in the homunculus's chest. The banners of the three great dynasties look like hostages here. Only makes it all the more pathetic that these members of the human civilization, supposedly endowed with as many privileges as their culture allows, leave remarkably few traces of historical significance behind them, preferring to engage in petty squabbles and quarrels with their contemporaries. Look at the human head, founder of Footfall, humanity's main outpost in the region. It is unfortunate, but Parsimus Dwayne's body was lost due to the failed extraction of an already deceased exhibit. A few pages from the diary are covered in hurried lines in Low Gothic. Excerpts from the Journal of Sebastian Winterscale. Automatically passes any coercion tests. Don't I already have something that does that? Yeah. What? Why did they add a reskin of an item that already exists? Huh. Oh well, whatever.
Follow my lead.
The Dargonis exhibit. I don't like the sounds of that. That's my planet. I like it even less that there's lots of fighting going on here. A backpack power unit emblazoned with a fleur-de-lis, the symbol of Adeptus Sororitas. Certificate bestowing a noble title on Isaman Sarbek, authenticated by 2 seals. Skillfully crafted mechadendrite of an unknown construction. A letter with a neatly opened wax seal adorned with an imperial aquila. Letter from A. Only the last part of the letter is survived, and so, Siberian, cast aside your doubts and act without hesitation, and I beg you, forget that you are a rogue trader, if only for today. Exercise the caution of us mere mortals and destroy this letter immediately. Otherwise, by the Holy Throne, I will have to assign an acolyte to clean up your tracks. Amela? Or Emila? Completed request form to the Departamento Immunitorum for the requisition of military forces, signed by Siberian von Valencius. Oh, I have goods here, too. I, Juvena von Valencius, exercising the right granted to me by the warrant, in accordance with Law 8913-12-4, of the 6,213th volume of the Lex Dargonis, by decree this day hereby bestow a title of nobility upon Isamon Sarbek and all his lawful heirs until the end of the age. May they serve faithfully and not disgrace the honor of their lords. Sucks that I killed the Sarbeks. The Mechadendrite screams of tech heresy. Its entire design is a crime of innovation and a desecration of the sacred schematics of Mars. Ceremonial cloak in the colors of the Von Valencius dynasty. Magna Accessio ceremonial mantle. I mean...
I won't tolerate weakness.
This collection was assembled to receive an individual who dared to challenge me as I was hunting for a certain precious artifact. Rogue trader Siberian von Valencius. It was his unusual conceit that earned him the chance to be forever preserved in history. After brief consideration, I made him the centerpiece of a dedicated exhibit capturing the siege of a planet over which he once ruled. The human name for this planet is Dargonis. Reflect on the historical significance of the depicted event. Infinitesimal on the scale of the galaxy, yet substantial for this star cluster. The chronostructure of humanity in this region was, to a great extent, determined by this specific historical episode. Think about the artifact. A blade of Eldari creation, dubbed the Crimson Dance of Cain, a relic from an epoch before the fall of that flawed species. It has historical value, not that a primitive human could perceive it. No, Siberian was driven more by his vanity and desire to oppose his masters. Look around for any signs of Siberian himself. Siberian von Valencius has taken his proper place in the exhibit, showing the events on Dargonis. Displayed here is a collection of items bearing some connection to the individual. Even at first glance, you notice many differences between this giant exhibit and the real palace on Dargonis.
Victory awaits.
I guess we open it. I am a mite concerned. If there is any Xenos filth on you at all, I will find it. Their gaze passes through you as if you did not exist at all.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
It was madness to challenge Theodos. Now it will bring down the whole dynasty. At ease, the palace is captured. Our enemies lie rotting. Glory to the God Emperor. The Emperor will hear your pleas, heretic. It was them, it was them, it was all of them. I was only following orders. I didn't know I was serving a heretic. I'm loyal to the God Emperor. And yet, there's the warrant. Siberian must be put to death, but to exterminate an entire dynasty?
A new challenge for me.
Siberian von Valencius, I, Inquisitor Deidas of Iriman, name myself your executioner. Let this heretic who bowed down before the Xenos abomination be consigned to the flames. The sentence is binding. The seal is set. For the glory of the God Emperor. So, Siberian just have to face death repeatedly. The sentence, read out to the Inquisitor, or by the Inquisitor, to your ancestor, still rings in your ears. To find Siberian von Valencius alive, mere moments before his execution. What a foul Xenos joke. Everything you've seen here seems designed to mock you, including the fact that you are back where you started. As though a disgruntled host had tossed you out the door, like unwanted guests. You are certain there is not a single mention of an open confrontation between Siberian and the Inquisition in the official chronicles of the von Valencius dynasty, meticulously preserved by historians. The dynastic chronicles tell of the siege of Dargonis by the united forces of the Sene pirate clan, which was one of the primary threats in the Expanse in that period. When you share your conclusions with the Seneschal, he nods. I agree, your lordship. I've had cause to read a good many scrolls from the dynastic archives in the course of my duties, and there was never any mention of Siberian's heretical tendencies. What is this? Temporo-causal calculator. Cogitator has captured the strange glyphs etched on the Xenos obelisk. Their meaning eludes the human mind, but even cursory analysis shows that the symbols mark certain events destined to occur within the gargantuan exhibit, and that they can be used to calculate the time until these inevitable occurrences.
Too hard for a simple monkey.
The barrier is so powerful that it can withstand a direct hit from a tank shell. You do not want to waste your efforts. Sergeant Zarkov. That's a name that's recognizable. The path is blocked by a military cordon. You stop at a respectful distance, a reasonable response to the rifle muzzles pointed at your chest by way of welcome. Your gaze slides over the faces. Their expressions are so eerily similar, they must have been issued along with the uniforms, serving in the Astra Militarum. Brings with it insomnia, a stomach for slaughter, and a touch of hopelessness. You can tell who is in charge even before he speaks, and not by the big fellow's insignia, but by the crushing weight of his stare. Sergeant Brannick Zarkov, whoever you are, my lord, I advise you to recognize the present circumstances and come to the only right decision. This is no place for a stroll. I just witnessed the execution of one von Valencius. Do you think you can dictate terms to another? executed Valencius. Don't be absurd. We have a fair few black marks against our name, but shedding Von Valencius' blood isn't one of them. The opposite, in fact. If something had happened to Lord Siberian or his daughter, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you. We're their shield. The first strike lands on us. The sergeant squares his shoulders as if he is genuinely expecting attack. Would you care to explain why the palace is surrounded by soldiers? You crawl out of a cave or something. Aragonis is under attack. The enemy claims to be acting in the name of... The sergeant falters, beads of sweat gathering on his brow. After several painful seconds, he forces himself to continue. In the name of the Inquisition, the 32nd has been guarding the gates here for days now. He furrows his bushy eyebrows. Your question has rubbed him the wrong way. I don't give briefings. That's not why I was deployed here. Move along before you're mistaken for spies. All expected reinforcements are in the cogitator log. There's nothing there about you. I do not understand. I am Zen von Valencius, and this is my palace. You are obliged to let me pass. Listen well. Shooting madmen is a wretched business, but if I have to do it, I will. Spew your gibberish elsewhere. Or somewhere else. And all the same, my promenade culminates in the palace. I am Diadem of Iraman, and I demand a private meeting with Siberian. Trying to trick me, are you? You want to be taken to his lordship? That can be arranged in the proper fashion. Sergeant freezes instinctively, as do the soldiers under his command. He stares at you, biting his lip. In the stretching silence, you can hear practically hear Zarkov's thoughts turning heavily in his head. In the name of Von Valencius, soldiers to arms.
And bow before me!
Purge them!
Why is Jai going first suddenly? Yesterday, Heinrichs was going first, and I haven't changed anything about my party. I don't think.
Stop hitting me, Ashmag! Am I getting paid for this? Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. Tell me and it is done. You've got a problem. I've got a prize. Don't get too cocky. I can do that with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this?
Okay, we're just buffing.
The machine spirit's approval. A valid argument. Lucius, I'm relying on you. Curious. Take the system. Engage.
Okay, and then I can give this to Heinrichs.
Your demise is an incontrovertible fact!
I won't object.
And continue buffing.
Your turn. But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally. I won't object to it. Go on, beast. Your turn. Let's see to it.
The great enemy!
There we go. Hey again.
A valid arc successfully terminated.
I hold all the cards.
Alright, ads are about to
Nothing
start
I can't
playing, but
do.
let's see if I can't get the
Suits my
kills before
purposes.
then. It is going to be time for ads. They will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I
My
won't be doing
tactics are
anything in the
flawless.
meantime, so nobody misses any content. Okay, it does auto-shoot still. Cool. That is what we want.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Didn't stand a chance. Not a problem for me. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Foul witchcraft. Nothing of value has been lost.
We must act.
There we go.
We need to investigate.
So yes, the ads will play, they'll last for 3 minutes, and I won't be doing anything in the meantime so nobody misses content. I'll catch you all after the ads. Alright, the ads are finished. Let us continue.
Nuncius solved this conundrum.
The black, uneven plasma burn stands out starkly on the paving stones of the outer courtyard. Judging by the blood and soot marks, the body was dragged and thrown off the cliff. How's it going, Falcon? Hope all is well. Expected reinforcements, House Drive Stem Regiment, arrived in full.
Follow my lead.
Something of interest.
An expected result.
We'll come up here. The hissing that reaches your ears coalesces into the barely discernible words of a Vox transmission. The source of the sound is a Vox bead tucked behind the bloody ear of a fallen sister of battle. Servants of the Golden Throne to Alana. Shells are ready to launch. Report target coordinates for artillery support. Alana to Servants of the Golden Throne. Coordinates to strike the command headquarters. For 4Z Rho Sigma. Do not target the outpost again. It is not significant. Alana, the Unshaken, is a Calixian saint who died many hundred cycles ago. This call sign cannot have been chosen by chance. No reinforcements are expected. Heretic Corpheus is in the courtyard with his followers. I can confirm the Duke's forces have been destroyed. Museion escaped the flames, but I made sure he did not reach the palace. Distorted by interference, the voice becomes quieter. Whatever Alana's true identity, she is relaying sensitive information to the enemy side that is crucial to the defense of Dargonis. The God Emperor punishes. End transmission. Zen to Servants of the Golden Throne. I have something to report as well. There's nothing but silence from the Vox channel, but you hear no click of disconnection, which means someone has agreed to listen. You will have to bring me in on this plot. If you do not, I heard your transmission and will have no trouble finding someone eager to learn its contents. Tense silence fills the Vox channel. It is followed by a short click. Connection was ended.
It's about time.
The gates of the palace look impregnable, but as you approach, hydraulic bolts hiss open, sliding into the walls. Three nobles, accompanied by enforcers, come out to meet you. They are led by a man wearing a uniform in Von Valencia's colors. There's something vaguely familiar about the intact portion of his face. The rest of the stranger's flesh has been replaced with implants that have turned him into a macabre semblance of himself. The nobleman narrows his organic eye in suspicion. Its cerulean blue hiding beneath his dark lashes. You hear the hiss of servo motors and the creak of metal against metal as he casually rests his augmented fingers on the hilt of his sword, which is clearly of Xenos origin. The realization strikes you instantly. That is the sword you saw in the portrait of Siberian von Valencius, the one on board the flagship. Your deeds have brought me to the doors of this palace, Siberian. I've been following your trail for some time. You massacre an outpost of Moravians, and then boldly present yourself at the gates of my palace. I would admire your reckless valor if you weren't so impudent. What madness compels such agents of the Golden Throne, I cannot fathom. But you shall not get away, or get what you came for. The voice coming from the Vox Grill sounds weary. He seems to have mistaken us, you, for an agent of the Inquisition. Is Deodatus flaunting his hypocrisy for my amusement? Using Xenos to fight heretics is a tad ironic, wouldn't you say? Noticing the Xenos in my retinue. I see the esteemed members, the Adeptus Mechanicus, did not refuse to abet the vigilante off Iraman. How could you turn to him after all the privileges I've showered upon the servants of the Omnissiah? The Rogue Trader's bionic eye lights with red fire, and even his mechanized voice cannot hide his bitterness. You. Siberian abruptly falls silent. The wrinkles around his organic eyes smooth out. When his gaze slides over your companions and comes to rest on you, there's not even a flicker of his past feeling in it, only the haughty coldness with which he met you for the first time. It is a sad state of affairs when loyal servants of the God Emperor are forced to fight one another like hounds at the whim of a cruel master. You do in fact hear regret in Siberian's voice as his fingers close around the hilt of his weapon with a metallic clank, and your master is truly cruel. I have no master but the God Emperor. Father, Inquisitor Raf Iraman is no fool. I do not believe these lunatics serve him. We should give them a chance to explain themselves. Only the color of the woman's eyes betrays the kinship between her and the half-mechanical monster beside her. The noble woman's smooth, melodious voice sounds familiar. It is the same voice that you heard on the Vox station of the dead Sister of Battle when you discovered outside. The Von Valencia's heir is playing both sides, communicating with the Inquisition under the call sign Alana. Siberian says nothing for quite some time. Finally, he squares his shoulders slightly, and you hear the quiet grinding of his augments. Quite right, Juvena. Where are my manners? The Rogue Trader turns to you and nods graciously, not removing his hand from his weapon. Esteemed strangers, you may introduce yourselves before I call you to account. Abelard enlighten these puppets of this sacrilegious spectacle as to whom they are addressing. I really want to, but it's probably going to reset me if I do that. You know what? Screw it. Abelard shows a hint of hesitation for the first time, shifting his gaze from you to Siberian and back again, as if wishing to make sure you're serious about your request. But when the seneschal begins to speak, there's a note of challenge in his voice, and his eyes are fixed on Laria. Before you stands his lordship, Rogue Trader Zen von Valencius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Cronus Expanse, bearer of the sacred warrant. The Rogue Trader's Vox Grill emits a screech that you do not immediately recognize as laughter. Siberian dabs at a tear at the corner of his eye with a handkerchief that seemingly appeared out of thin air. War claims the lives of some and the sanity of others. God Emperor, have mercy on this poor soul. I treated you with respect, one foe to another, and gave you the chance to speak your last, and I find myself underwhelmed. I believe I have fulfilled my minimal obligations to etiquette. Guards, shoot them. Yeah, just a little bit. I will not give in without a fight. You exchange fire with the small complement of guards. Even as reinforcements are already pouring in from the back of the courtyard. Siberian lunges at you with a hoarse shout. trying to shield the seneschal with his body, but a well-aimed shot pierces his bright blue eye. And back to the start we go. Stunned, you return to reality. Something inexplicable just happened, and the echoes of it are still coursing through your blood, causing your heart to clench in convulsions. Nevertheless, you are unharmed, and you once again find yourself standing at the gates of your dynasty's palace on Dargonis. There's nothing around you to indicate that what happened to you was real. Nothing but your memories. But of one thing you are certain, you were thrown back to your starting point at the precise moment that your distinguished ancestor, Sabarian von Valencius, breathed his last. Bone of Terra, Lord Captain? I haven't the slightest idea what just what happened. We are already back inside, aren't we? First Xenos conundrum. Alright, let's see here. This is the same as before. I'm gonna say let Lady Juvenna decide my fate. Tell her Ilana has gained an ally. Sergeant frowns, but picks up his Vox and soon hands the transmitter to you. Your apparent knowledge has rattled Juvenna. Gaining her trust will be difficult. Make it clear you are scared to death of defying the Inquisition and wish to be on the right side of history. Now, I'm going to employ fiery rhetoric. You're both driven by the same motive, devotion to the Golden Throne. Juvenna decides that a dim-witted but malleable zealot could be of use to her. Find me at the back of the inner courtyard immediately. Zarkov grudgingly nods you through. And again, the beginning, the same outposts, the same voices, the same words you've already heard. Time does not flow here, it runs in circles. A monstrous trap set by devious Xenos. Irliet stands motionless with her eyes closed and arms folded. Her serenity is almost unnatural. Ogier magic lies beyond the bounds of your kind's understanding, Elentok. If you hope to resist it, giving in to your temper is the last thing you should be doing. Astounding. Eogan does not appear frightened or shocked, but rather utterly captivated. The Servo-Skull Nuncius hovers sedatedly at his shoulder. Your lordship, this is a wholly extraordinary violation of the law of causality. Oh, if only I could discover a machine that could realize such effects. The interrogator takes to circling the members of your retinue, scrutinizing each one in turn. You are all real, there is no doubt. As are my memories of what just happened. Either the devious wretches are playing with our minds, or there's something else at work here that I cannot explain, Lord Captain. Jai's ringing laugh startles the rest of the retinue. These Xenos are right Ashmugs, aren't they? So this is how they punish those who stick their nose where they do not belong. Once she's done laughing, she brushes her disheveled hair. They are in for great disappointment. We will find a way to escape this place. You and your retinue seem to be the only ones here, still in possession of free will. The other captives of this mysterious trap are doomed to repeat the same actions over and over again, forever trapped in the day Dargonis was besieged by the Inquisition forces. Sorry, I keep yawning. I did not sleep well last night. If the DLC was all a dream, is Eogan real? No, but Nuncius is. One thing is clear, the lies that the devious Xenos used to entangle existence must be sundered, and the time loop must be broken. The Lord Captain will not deign to spend any longer in this trap than he wishes. I got a level up. What level's this? 53? $53. Haunting Scream and Agility, I guess. Because I don't need Confident Approach. I don't need Cautious Approach. Don't need Forceful Strike. Haunting Scream it is. Yeah, the last significant level up. Oh, not true. I get Cataclysm next level. Which is at least something. Unless there's something else I'd prefer. Vital points could also be good. I might go vital points instead of Cataclysm. Either way, this was agility? Yes. Abelard, you are Bulwark and Strength. Or Perception. Let's give you Perception. You have plenty of Strength right now. What did I give him here? Toughness? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, Heinrichs, you are getting Metabolic Overcharge and Toughness. Do I go Toughness? I don't think I do. Could go Weapon Skill. Could go Perception. Let's go Perception. Get a little bit of dodge reduction going. Eogen. Break their ranks. Repair Mechadendrite. Let's go break their ranks. And then... weapon skill? Perception? Weapon skill. Jai, you are getting... it doesn't really matter what you're getting here. All of these kind of suck for you. I'll go that, and then perception. Juliet. Let's go joint analysis and perception.
Victory awaits!
Okay, let's
None
come down
shall
here.
stand in my way.
Laria Voitvir. Let me stab her. Hecking Voitvirs. Stop, I won't let you see Father, the Lord Captain, until you explain yourself to me. A woman in light armor seizes you by the elbow. Her face bears the traces of a recent battle. Her eyebrow is bandaged, and her right cheek is covered in a web of scratches. Her cerulean blue eyes, sharp cheekbones, and stubborn quirk of her lips betray a marked resemblance to Theodora's fugitive Master of Whispers. I am Laria Voitvir, Seneschal and close ally of Siberian von Valentius. I immediately dislike all of these people. Laria looks at you like an interrogator about to question a suspect. I do not know how you got here, but I won't let you distract the Lord Captain with any nonsense. I know all of Siberian's closest subjects. You're not one of them. You do not know me, but I know you. We are trapped in a time loop, and I will prove it. What kind of heretical nonsense is this? Yes, we have our difficulties with the Inquisition, but they are of a somewhat different nature. How could I have infiltrated the palace when it's surrounded by the Inquisition? Ah, yes. How do I know that the right armrest of the throne in the palace hall sits slightly higher than the left? Blast it. The curse bursts from Laria's mouth before she can stifle it. The Seneschal immediately begins to probe you for minute details about the palace. And in the end, she's forced to admit that not even a spy could be so knowledgeable. Alright, I'll play along. Tell me. We're in a trap. Something is happening to reality that is causing us to repeat itself forever. Why would anyone want to imprison us in this moment? It would take a grotesque mind to conceive of such a thing, but to what end? Unless the goal is torture. But who is the intended victim? Sabarian has been stuck in this trap for many cycles. We must get him out. You think I don't know that? A man like Sabarian cannot languish here. He is vital to the dynasty, to the whole expanse. But the bitter truth is that I don't know how to help him. The Seneschal almost snarls at the realization of her own helplessness. Don't blame yourself. Who could have predicted this outcome? Not waste time on empty words. What do you think our next step should be here? This is not my forte. Exalt 117 is better equipped to deal with esoteric quandaries. Go to him. That will be all for now. Very well. I shall be here should you have need of me. Laria's signet ring. While the item is equipped by the rogue trader or their seneschal, while the two are adjacent, the seneschal will instead suffer any damage dealt to the rogue trader. Huh, very interesting. Since something akin to trust has sprung up between us, or to call things by their proper name, mutual necessity, Laria removes the signet ring with the Von Valencius coat of arms from her finger and holds it out to you. I imagine you know the value of such a thing. Henceforth, you may speak in my name. Be kind enough not to tarnish it. You say we're in a time loop. My people have not yet managed to learn anything substantive about the Gaprek reinforcements, but with such advantages as infinite time and margin for error on your side, you are bound to succeed. Find out what happened to our allies' army, and then I will be able to call you a friend of the dynasty. And there's one more thing. My agents have code phrases for the most vital reports. Say the words, "The wax is still warm," and I shall listen. Even if what is being said sounds like rubbish, if there are many more cycles to come, this will save us a lot of unnecessary arguing. You called Sabarian von Valencia's father? Yes. And why is this relevant now? So this is where the von Valencius blood in the Voigtveers comes from? I would rather not discuss the matter. If you think I have my eye on the rogue trader's throne, you are mistaken. My father has done so much for me, and I am merely repaying his loyalty in kind. How did that come about? In the usual way, a dalliance between the powerful. If you want titillating stories or sordid tales, I'm afraid I cannot oblige. Tired creases form at the corners of Laria's lips. This is not the first time she's had this conversation, it seems. I'm just going to go through like all the dialogue options. Worst case scenario, I reset the temporal area and have to go again. You know, centuries from now, your blood will flow in the veins of a person by the name of Kunrad. Really? The founder of our family line was called Kunrad? My great-grandfather? You've crossed paths with my descendant. I have. I regret to say it, but he suffered an unenviable fate. I see. At any rate, that means that my entire line won't perish today. That's enough about that. Okay, I wish to discuss the missing Gaprek reinforcements. I hope you have not come in empty-handed. Tell me everything you know about the reinforcements. Frankly, the information is scarce, which is disheartening. The reinforcements should have arrived no later than half a day ago, but something delayed them. We do not know their numbers or the names of their commanders. We had hoped to meet the Gaprek Scion on his arrival. That is all we were able to find out. The Vox frequency of the Gapreks is silent, even in the rare moments when we manage to get through the interference. Glaria squeezes the Vox transmitter in her hand in irritation, as if it were the one being stubborn and refusing to answer. Where should I begin my investigation? Comb every inch of the outpost. If any of House Gaprek people arrived here, with news, but never got past the Moravian outpost. You must find out. I do not trust those soldiers. They are Astra Militarum in uniform only. I hope your search turns up something, or we will have to suspect the worst, that the Gapax themselves have betrayed us. Found something at the outpost. We should discuss it. Laria nods quickly, inviting you to speak further, and gives you her complete attention. I found evidence of thermal damage, characteristic of plasma weapon. The enemy also possesses such a weapon, but its owner should have been an immediate target. And besides, there is no way he could have been allowed to reach the outpost. Curious. I found a blood trail stretching from the outpost to the balcony. A body was dragged and then dumped over the edge. The Moravians are no models of virtue. Siberian had to specifically order that the fallen sisters of battle be honored and given a fitting burial, but for any other fallen, the Moravians were permitted to do away with special ceremonies. Did not find anything else. A good start, but it's too early to draw any conclusions. Look more closely around the outpost. Seems a lowly pawn was involved, and an ally like that is bound to leave evidence. If you accept that I am right about the time loop. That should have been your answer from the off. You should thank the God Emperor for sending you my way. Few seneschals would have listened to your words with the hope of extracting even a grain of truth from them. Something to tell you. Speak plainly, that's everything I know. Okay, that is everything. You may go.
The machine god was benevolent to me.
Okay, Medicae. Who is my highest Medicae person? 130? 130.
And done.
The infirmary turned out to be excellently provisioned. You've managed to obtain a useful substance. It was just a medikit? What a waste of time. Isamand Sarbek, the wounded man, turns his head toward you, staring at you in disbelief out of his one good eye. The other eye is buried under clotted blood and swelling, which flanks a deep gash cutting across his eyebrow and temple. His pale face, with its sharp and delicate features, cannot possibly be the face of a commoner. Isamand Sarbek, to what do I owe the pleasure? Are you the Master-at-Arms serving the Von Valancius dynasty? No, I command the enforcers as part of the palace defenses and hold the rank of captain. The man shows you the insignia embroidered on his sleeve. I lack the noble status required for a higher appointment, a minor setback. I believe that talent always finds a way to rise to the top. Nobles judge their servants by their deeds. I've done enough for Rogue Trader Von Valancius to endow me with a title. The intact portion of Isamand Sarbek's face maintains completely impenetrable expression. It is only a matter of time. How did you come by such a grievous wound? Stray shard, a frag grenade explosion grazed me. Thank the throne, my eye is intact, or the enforcers would have lost one of their few competent commanders. It is a stab wound from a glancing blow. A long and narrow blade pierced and tore through the skin. The swelling and various injuries to the blood vessels make the injury look far more gruesome than it is. If a shard from a frag grenade really had struck him, it would have taken out a good third of Sarbek's skull. The troops of House Gaprak sent to help the dynasty, what can you tell me about them? Nothing. I don't know of their numbers or their possible time of arrival. Jereb, hail, the Moravian salutes you and stands to attention, drawing his awkward form up to its full, unimpressive height. Sergeant Jereb Vukchik, 32nd Murav, at your service. Sergeant, have you observed the strange light grid in the sky or the force field at the entrance of the residence? Sergeant thinks, the strain apparent in his feverish eyes. Your question is well beyond the bounds of his understanding of reality. Begging your pardon, my lord, I'm no good at guessing games. I have no clue what force fields you're talking about. Forces from House Gaprak were supposed to arrive here. Do you know what happened to them? House who? Jereb moves to sheepishly scratch the back of his head, but catches himself. I wouldn't know, my lord. My unit's not reported any reinforcements arriving. We're making do with troops we have. Tell me about the 32nd Murav. I'm no great storyteller, but if my lord insists, every one of us Moravians is guilty before the God Emperor, terribly guilty. We wash away our wicked deeds with blood, dying for humanity. No matter how petty the offense, death for the glory of the Golden Throne awaits everyone in our regiment. I must take my leave. With a low roar, a wing of Valkyries emerges from over the horizon, hurtling toward the palace like raptors. The air raid siren sounds in time with their appearance. Within seconds, you hear the whistling of bombs as fire rains down from the sky. Alright, let's talk with Exalt 117. Okay, can't talk with him right now.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Drive stem gold ear. Let's talk with Siberian. The stately nobleman is wearing a uniform in Von Valencia's colors. Augments cover his face, the only surviving part of which is a taut scrap of gray, inflamed skin and a bright blue eye. The rogue trader watches you with interest as you take in his appearance. I've been informed that our allies have managed to break through the palace, but where are they? The noble looks towards the gates, then at you, and the organic part of his face betrays his slight disappointment. Don't tell me. You are all that's left? I must admit, I was expecting rather more sizable reinforcements. Despite the fatigue that bleeds through even the creaking distortions of his Vox apparatus, the man smooths the non-existent creases of his uniform and introduces himself with dignity. My name is Siberian von Valencius, but you already knew that. But this is the first I'm seeing of you. Esteemed Magos, Siberian inclines his head slightly in greeting. I am pleased to see the servants of the Omnissiah value their cooperation with House von Valencius. The rogue trader's gaze stops just above your shoulder. When he addresses you, the voice from the Vox grill screeches more violently than before. Unable to convey the outrage directed at you, you brought a Xenos to my palace. Let me remind you, what is permitted for a rogue trader is not for his vassals. The skin that borders his augments tightens and you realize that Siberian is frowning. Who are you? I serve the Seneschal Laria, your lordship. Is that so? My daughter has a great many servants, but you are the first to dare speak to me directly. As a reward for your loyalty, I will not give you any lashes today, but I am curious what you have to say in your defense. Your lordship, do you know anything about the reinforcements from House Gaprak? I know the Inquisition is a dangerous enemy. If House Gaprak's reinforcements have not yet arrived, I fear we shall have to rely on our forces alone. Why is the Inquisition besieging the Rogue Trader's palace? Inquisitor Af-Iramin dared to accuse me, a Rogue Trader, of heresy. He reckons that the influence of the Inquisition is so great that he can disregard the privileges granted by the warrant and attack me in my own palace. Theodis thinks he's above the God Emperor himself. Well, he will pay for his hubris. Aren't you afraid that someone close to you will turn against you? Heresy is a serious charge. What do your retinue think? My confidants understand the utter baselessness of these allegations. How could they not? Juvena looks troubled. Attach no importance to that. Juvena is always worrying. It is her nature. The girl grew up among the nobility and is accustomed to thinking in schemes and doubting everything. On this occasion, she is convinced that I should strike a deal with Af-Iramin for the sake of the dynasty, but Juvena does not understand that you never negotiate with an aggressor. Sometimes the answer is obvious, and today, that answer is war. Her recent fascination with Saint Alana's biography must be confusing her, filling her head with idealistic thoughts. What does Laria think about it? Laria is not only my seneschal, but also my daughter. The Rogue Trader's tone hardens. I will not allow you to even ponder the possibility that she is not on my side. Though the dubious circumstances of her birth bar me from recognizing her as the heir to House von Valancius, Laria has served the dynasty faithfully. As seneschal, she deserves my full trust, and will support any decision I make. Speak with her, and you will see that for yourself. How is your military responding to these accusations of heresy? My soldiers should not concern themselves with false accusations. Their concern is to serve their lord faithfully, and not to speculate about things they do not understand. Everything's clear to me. Let's talk about something else. You are surprisingly imperious for a common vassal. Do not abuse my goodwill. I have lost enough people today. You are the most heavily augmented person I've ever seen who was not a servant of the Omnissiah. My appearance horrifies you, doesn't it? When I had not yet renounced the innate limitations of humanity, the von Valancius dynasty was fading. But now look, the Protectorate is thriving. I have had to sacrifice. Pardon. I have had to sacrifice some of my human nature, yes. But what have I gained in return? New worlds, new horizons. I do not expect you to understand. You are not a rogue trader, after all. Your world is too small to appreciate the scale of my conquests. What qualities should a good rogue trader possess? The God Emperor granted us the warrant of trade to expand the borders of the Imperium, to explore the far reaches of the galaxy, and annex new worlds. To do this, a rogue trader must be flexible where the laws of the Imperium are cumbersome. He must be driven not by greed, but by a thirst for discovery. And of course, he must be a leader whom others will follow. Without loyal subjects on the ground, one cannot maintain one's rule over the Protectorate. I cannot agree. Your opinion hardly signifies. I have history on my side, and it will show that I was right. You really are a Siberian? And you're alive? A harsh, unpleasant sound bursts from the Vox grill, briefly deafening you. I see the acolytes of Deodatus are hard at work, wagging their tongues in this case. I hope you have not repeated this absurd rumor to anyone. If false news of my demise reaches my vassals, we may never see any reinforcements. I never thought I would find you alive. We are caught in a trap. We must flee. A trap? The Inquisition is a dangerous foe, no doubt about that. Nevertheless, this foe still stands on my land and my protectorate. Dietis is doomed to failure. Show him Siberian's diary. You don't believe me? Then look at this. The truth is written in your own hand. What is this? The Litany of the Last Repentance. You must be joking. It does not befit me to write such words. Despite the fact that Siberian is holding his own diary, his confusion seems genuine. Joe, do you recognize the name of Mela? Siberian's hand darts toward his weapon, the augmented fingers locking around the grip with a hiss. How do you know that name? Who else have you told? Wait a moment. You can't be. Coming to some conclusion known only to him, the rogue trader relaxes. I will keep your identity a secret. Amela is my ally and protector, and I had faith that she would not leave me to fend off Dietis alone. Show Amela's letter. Look, they made an exhibition out of your life, and this is one of the exhibits. Guards, a spy has infiltrated the palace. Open fire. Back to the beginning we go. Tell the seneschal the wax is still warm. The soldiers look at each other in confusion. Zarkov reaches for the Vox transmitter. You hear Laria's voice on the other end, their conversation short. The sergeant stands guard, even over his words. Zarkov nods, lowering his weapon. The seneschal is waiting for you.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Hello, Laria Voigtveer. Stop, I won't let you see Father. I mean the Lord Captain. Okay. I do not know you or your retinue. How do you know my agent's code phrase? You yourself suggested that I use it as proof that we are in a time loop. Alright, I'll play along. Tell me. Siberian has been stuck in this trap for many cycles. We must get him out. You think I don't know that? Yeah, Siberian is the one who should be upset. Nope. I will think of something. That will be all for now. Found something at the outpost. I found a ring with the Gaprek coat of arms. Signet ring? That is not just a piece of jewelry, but a symbol of power. It is not something to be carelessly discarded. This is the most disturbing discovery of all. When the coincidences become too great, that means it is already a pattern. Laria is silent for a time, weighing the evidence in her mind once more. So the scion of the Gaprax was slain like a common servant, and it happened in the shadow of the Von Valencia's palace. We need the name of the murderer, find the culprit, and I will call you our ally. Zarabek is lying about his injury. Zarabeks are always a problem. Every timeline, it doesn't matter. Even if Izaman did duel with a Gaprek Scion without the latter's sword, we can prove very little. Zarabek is certain that he will soon be granted a noble title. Hold out Juvena's letter. It seems Isamand has gone to quite some lengths to earn himself a noble title. Juvena favors Isamand, but there's nothing wrong with that. But to prepare such documents unbeknownst to me and Father, I do not like it at all. There's no other evidence. I've always liked Yzamond for his discipline and his skills as an enforcer. However, your words immediately make him suspect. But we must have complete certainty, or else we may cause turmoil in the palace by acting rashly. Continue your investigation. The malfunction is caused by erroneous data indexing. All-knowing Omnissiah, grant us a point of reference, murmurs the tech priest, standing at the cogitator. A thick metal plate covers part of his face, and his strange-looking manipulators draw invisible circles in the air around him. A dry and quiet voice comes from the Vox speaker that has replaced his mouth. Your vector has been calculated. Please present your designation. I'm Zen. I serve Laria Voitvir. I was just ask you a few questions. Matches in data index not found. You are addressing Magos Exalt 117, Chief Engine Seer of the Von Valencius flagship. Identification number 117-827-000-12. I grant you permission to fulfill the objective of the selected trajectory. Speak. Eogan's Vox speaker emits a low-pitched hum in which you can discern the Manipulus's binary identifier. Identification recognized, esteemed Magos, Exalt 117. Curiously, my archived data logs have deactivated this identifier due to the expiration of the holder. The probability of erroneous deactivation is 99.999%. Exalt 117 goes still for a moment, as if surprised by his own words. The result of the probability calculation contains an unacceptable margin for error. The circumstances surrounding the deactivation of the identifier will be clarified during communication. You know what happened to the Gaprak army? Regretfully, no. That is outside the scope of the data index. Have you noticed that there is something strange going on? The map of the sacred knowledge is full of gaps, and only by refining them can thought advance. Tell me what critical discrepancies have been recorded. The sky is covered in symbols. No one here can see them. That means you are part of this eerie anomaly. The vertical mapping of the terrain is updated regularly by my advanced vestibular augmetics. According to diagnostic logs, the last update occurred. A startled exhalation escapes the Magos' Vox grill 500 cycles ago. No, that is impossible. Everything around us keeps repeating itself. It is akin to some strange technology. Your chosen network of data coordinates is not within my standard circuit of thought, but I find it necessary to perform the preliminary calculations. Show the mechadendrite from the display case. Does this not belong to you? I doubt it. My augments are an act of reverence to the Omnissiah, a flawless alignment of parameters. Their function and placement are calculated with perfect precision. Exalt 117 fixes his unseeing gaze on the piece of metal in your hands. Suddenly he flinches. Calculations indicate the need for further study. To convince you, I would have to do something extraordinary, wouldn't I? Like beat you at a game of Regicide, for instance? I get to play Regicide! Maybe. This proposal goes beyond the patterns of what is acceptable during a state of war. Regicide is a closed system with deterministic outcomes, requiring no sophisticated navigation skills. I only play triple-blind vector Regicide. One round of this entertaining game contains logical fun compressed to 30 seconds. Let's play. Tell me the rules. Magos' extensive explanation, replete with numbers and obscure terms, takes some time. When your head begins to spin from the volume of information, he makes the first move, just by stating 2 words. Despite your best efforts, the game is over quickly. Exalt 117's moves are perfectly calculated. It is as if he sees the non-existent board in several dimensions at once, but all you can do is carefully memorize the play. After the final winning move, the Magos concludes, "Do not reproach yourself, laypersons are often unable to keep track of the numerical vectors. I personally reworked the rules of a classic blind regicide to suit the calculation mechanisms of sacred machines. Mistress Laria sent me to seek your counsel about what to do if one is trapped in a time loop. My path has always aligned with Seneschal Voigtvir's, but I see no need to answer hypothetical queries at this junction." The Magos is silent for a time. When he begins to speak again, his voice sounds faint, as though it is traveling across a great distance. Knowledge is the key to everything, and comprehension is the path to knowledge. Let us suppose that my data coordinates are based on false point of reference. What alternative are you proposing? Alright, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And, I'm going to post my YouTube and Discord here before going to the ads. The Discord, I post updates to my schedule. The YouTube, I post VODs as well as polls for what, where people can vote on what I play next after, like, when I finish this Rogue Trader playthrough. So, I will catch everyone after the ads. Alright, the ads are finished. Let us continue. The fact that you are alive and inside the loop, Magos, is its own strange detail in this anomaly. Do you remember how you ended up here? Interpolating an area of uncertainty, the calculation does not produce clear results. But why the interest in my memory map? Are you familiar with some of its key data points? Yes, outside the loop, you are dead, and have been for a bloody long time. I've seen your remains. I'm sorry, but outside the loop, I saw your remains. You died as a hero defending Siberian. The humming in the tech priest's mechanical organs fades, leaving you within sepulchral silence. For a moment, Exalt 117 becomes an unmoving, dead mechanism. This explains the limitations of my memory map, the falsity of the data index, the dysfunction, the ways by which such a thing is possible lie beyond my knowledge circuits. But I thank you for clarifying the coordinates. Why do you think I can retain my memories of past events? Initial hypothesis, an atypically high level of processes within the organic mind. After triangulating the data received, I propose that that the cause is the lack of cognitive processing on the part of the operator. You have seriously disrupted the unseen data indexing of the anomaly. This hypothesis is extremely subjective, but it has a right to exist, colleague. I believe that the calculations that underpin the xenomachinery generating the anomaly have not accounted for one variable, the rogue trader. In other words, the unholy machine construct simply has no power over your mind, Zen. Can you help me destroy the anomaly? Perhaps the loop will be stopped by a critical correction in the usual course of events within. Regrettably, I cannot perform the triangulation myself. I lack even the data to indicate exactly how long I've been here. The humming inside the Magos' body becomes irregular. Do you have a plan capable of altering the current trajectory of events? What would your actions be in this situation? If the end is always the same, then all we can study are the trajectories of movements toward it. I would determine the vectors of movement of each of the participants, and in the quest for truth, I would not reject a single tactical maneuver, even if it required stepping into the line of fire or following the course chosen by the enemy. A vector always has a direction. That is the most perverse trap always has a design. Try to understand that the purpose of this time trap is, and subvert it. I will think of something. Who among the palace defenders has access to plasma weapons? The only one in my data index is the Enforcer Captain, Izamand Sarbek. He has been honored with the blessing of a Dynasty plasma pistol. Other weapons are used outside the palace system. Your attention is required elsewhere. Your calculations are regrettably flawed. I'm performing a priority function at the current physical coordinates. Please disconnect from the cogitators and direct your attention to calculating the air attacks. Your tech trance is hindering your vigilance. After lapsing into silence for several seconds, Exalt 117 finally declares, your comment is notable for its surprising accuracy, constructing a new trajectory of movement. Camilla Drivestem, Duchess of Dargonis, is there something you need? The elderly lady who catches your eye is more sanguine than the rest. Her bony fingers steadily work through a string of jeweled prayer beads. Laria Voigtveer sent me. I have something to discuss with you. My time is valuable, so please do not waste it. With the loss of the Gapvac forces, the Drivestem army has been left as the dynasty's only source of support, and the Marshal of the Dominion. I have much to plan. I would not be wrong in calling you the Governor of Dargonis. Milla's wrinkled cheeks flush pink, visible even through the generous layer of powder. Oh, come now, my lord. I do not know who has led you astray. But that duty lies in the young but most capable hands of Lady Juvena von Valencius. Of course, when her time comes to take the helm of the dynasty, a loyal ally will be needed to fill the position here. But for now, Dargonis could not wish for a better steward. Do you know what happened to the Gapvac army? I've received reports that the Gapvacs ought to have arrived at the palace by now. Perhaps something happened on the way, or perhaps the noble house has decided that defending Dargonis is not one of its priorities. Your question alarms the Duchess. She immediately interlaces her dry fingers, trying to hide her agitation. It's all lies. We're in a Xenos trap. Look at the sky. It's simply not there. Beg your pardon. You poor thing. You must be in shock. Be sure to see the chirurgeon.
A new challenge for me?
Trivial, as I prognosticated.
Someone has managed to appease the machine spirits, although the air defense battery is malfunctioning. This requires high-level access codes. Ilana, to servants of the Golden Throne, coordinates to strike the main headquarters for Rho Sigma. The tall woman standing over the Vox is fully absorbed in her transmission, does not notice your presence. Riveting conversation, is it? At the sound of your voice, the woman instantly cuts off the Vox transmission and wheels around. It appears you've just interrupted an exchange with the Inquisition forces. Whoever you are, allow me to put a stop to your scurrilous thoughts at once. I'm Juvena von Valencius, the sole and, of course, legitimate heir of my dynasty. If you had to appease machine spirits, you'd try to find affordable RAM. Oof, living in the wrong timeline. Remember that, and perhaps our little misunderstanding can still turn into a pleasant conversation. We must be discreet and not draw the attention of the guards. Otherwise, we shall both have to explain ourselves, but unlike me, you will have mere seconds to do so before being shot on my command. What compelled you to conspire with your enemies? The affected calm instantly evaporates from Juvena's face, and her beautiful features twist in rage. My father is a half-witted heretic and a madman who has brought the wrath of the Holy Ordos down upon the entire dynasty. If I, the only legitimate heir, do not right his wrong, no one will. But instead of embracing me, he chooses that base-born upstart, Voigtveer, who indulges him in his wickedness. I will put an end to it. Give them alternate coordinates, and I swear no one will find out about this. I was prepared for anything, but no matter. Name the direction and I'll start the transmission. It is worth destroying the Merovian outpost to deny Siberian the advantage. That post isn't even worth the shell it would take to destroy it, but if you insist. I do not seek a confrontation with you. On the contrary, I propose we join forces. And why should I believe that? Juvenna gives you a charming smile, tilting her head to the side. Siberian is mired in heresy. Sooner or later, he will fall. I do not wish to waste my efforts on a doomed man. A laudable aspiration. It is especially curious that I'm learning of it here and now. We should discuss the details. Now I can speak freely. Like casting off a mask, Juvenna instantly drops her bored noblewoman and act and takes to observing you with lively interest. Well then, first things first, you must remember that to the Inquisition, I am Alana. To you, now, as well. She pauses for a moment, as if assessing whether you have grasped what she said. I hear no objections. That is a good sign. Let us move on to your instructions. Whom among your retinue does Siberian listen to above all others? Let me think. The Tech Priest's words are definitely more than just wasted air to Siberian. Exalt 117 would be a valuable ally for us, and the Moravians are another possibility. Strange as it may be, my father values his fighters and often converses with their commanders personally. And of course, there's Laria. But her dogged devotion to my father is unlikely to be shaken. Why Ilana? Inquisitor Af Araman furnished me with this call sign. Ilana the Unshaken is a true martyr who perished while remaining steadfast in her faith. He teaches that one must never doubt his light, even in the darkest hour, for there is always a disaster more terrible, and the Imperial Creed is the only thing a person can rely on. What compelled you to conspire with your enemies? A member of the House Gaprak has been killed along with his men. Was this the work of Ilana? Ovidius Gaprak's company was destroyed on my orders, it is true. Palatine Lorcanda, having learned of their approach from me, brought the full might of the Adeptus Sororitas down upon their heads. But Ovidius survived, which was not part of my plan. Camilla Drivestem was eager to assist me and to settle the score, or to settle a score with an old foe in one fell swoop. Captain Sarbek was both competent and ambitious enough to carry out such delicate commission. I got a cough. Give me a minute here. What are our next steps? Juvenna holds up the index finger on her impeccably manicured hand. 1. My father must be forced into meeting with Inquisitor Alpha Iraman face to face, under the pretext of securing a peace treaty, for instance. Only Siberian's retinue could persuade him to do such a thing. So my father's associates must be loyal to us or dead. Preferably the former. So she holds up a second finger. 2, we must find a way to circumvent Siberian and open the gates. Easiest way to do that would be with the access codes, but my father has not shared them with me. No doubt, because I'm not his favorite. And finally, the blade, the Crimson Dance of Cain, must be acquired at all costs, as long as it remains in Siberian's possession. Our proposal to parley with the Inquisition would seem laughable. However, if my father is deprived of that foul artifact, we may be able to prove to Deitus Af Iraman that Siberian is ready to cooperate. I can see only one solution here. Find someone with very nimble fingers and a gift for stealth. Someone desperate enough to turn against their fallen master for the grace of the God Emperor. Regarding the airstrikes, what is the priority target now? As we discussed. Okay. I suppose, Alana, that we should return to the others. Yes, I suppose so. Now remember, you were merely accompanying a noble lady on her daily constitutional. The Valkyrie wing appears in the sky yet again, faultlessly obeying the laws of the time loop. A moment later, the bombardment begins.
Halt! I noticed something.
I noticed something, but what did I notice? Ah. An entire Vox array has been cleverly concealed behind the outer portion of the ferrogranite slab. The level of delicacy required to place the device discreetly in such a place is difficult to fathom. Hail the last used frequency. Hear nothing but white noise. Listen in on the transmissions. Servants of the Golden Throne to Palatine. The battle is near. Gather your units at the Trader's Gate. Examine the Vox Station. The Vox Station apparatus has been expertly built into the wall with slim cables and miniature levers that perfectly match the color of the stone. You can only find it if you know exactly where to look for it. The Vox array is silent. The speaker grills are tightly encased in noise-dampening material. Examine the area. The Vox station is well hidden from unsuspecting eyes, but someone has been using it regularly. The handle of the voice receiver is still retains some warmth from whoever held it last. Examine the previously hailed frequencies. A familiar sequence of numbers draws your eye. Few in the Expanse would recognize this combination, but you are one of them. This frequency belongs to a band used by the Inquisition. The entire Vox array has been cleverly concealed. Okay. Leave the Vox station alone. Search for the master code.
Wisdom is a catalyst for knowledge.
Manage to
possess both.
extract the access codes from the depths of the cogitator.
Follow my lead!
Okay.
Victory awaits!
Isamond Sarbek. Are there any rule breakers among the soldiers of the penal regiment? Soldiers are fully aware that the God Emperor has granted them one last chance at redemption. Anyone who fails to wise up to this fact gets shot. Even Jareb Vukchik, a sergeant whose record of disciplinary infractions used to be extensive, now knows better than to steal the regiment's property. If so much as an EHO stick goes missing, he'll be put in a cell or in front of a firing squad, depending on the regiment's current losses and needs.
None shall stand in my way.
I wish to discuss the missing Gaprak reinforcements. The Gaprak Scion was killed at Juvena's instigation. She spurred Camilla Drivestem to act. I have no reason to doubt you, but Siberian will not believe his daughter's actions have gone beyond the usual palace intrigue. Juvena might assure you otherwise, but she's too spoiled by everyone's regard even to notice How very fond father is of her. Leave Camilla Drivestem to me. She will play her part yet. It is time for Camilla Drivestem to be handed over for interrogation. Over the Vox, Laria orders that the Duchess be detained immediately. A short confirmation comes from the transmitter, and then the Seneschal adds, and be gentle with her. Juvenna is untouchable, but she is playing too much into the hands of the enemy. There's a spy in our camp, and I now suspect that spy is connected to my sister. If she is behind this, we must catch her in the act. Nothing less will do. And one more thing. The wax is still warm is the code phrase. Yeah. If you accept that I am right about the time loop, I have something to tell you. Juvenna is a spy for the Inquisition, I'm sure of it. I have no reason to doubt you. Okay. Everything that is happening is the fault of Siberian von Valencius. Turn him over to the enemy and cleanse the Palace of Heresy. Father will be pleased to hear there is one fewer rat in his retinue.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I'm well aware of the circumstances, and my name should be familiar to you. In turn, Gaprak, apologies, we didn't recognize you. We thought you weren't coming. I'll let them know you arrived.
It's about time.
Stop, I won't let you see Father. Yep. Lord Captain was expecting an army, but only you arrived. Let me guess, I'm about to hear some bad news. I lied, I'm not a Gaprak. I do not believe in white lies. Any last words? The wax is still warm. Alright, I'll play along. To save Siberian at the right moment, we must walk away from him and trust Juvenna. Betray my father? No, your assurances alone are not enough for that. Prove that you're a friend of the dynasty. Solve the Gaprak case. In the meantime, I will consider... present the evidence. The Gaprak offspring is dead. When the coincidences become too great... Yeah. Present the evidence. Gaprak fell by the hand of Isamand Sarabek. Killing one's allies in the midst of a siege is detestably low, whatever the reason. The enforcer will be detained immediately. He deserves it. I wish to discuss the missing Gaprak reinforcements. She spurred Camilla Drivestem to act. Juvena is untouchable, yep.
Follow my lead.
I come from House Gapak. May I speak with you briefly? Most unexpected meeting. For I have been informed that the Gapak army is delayed. I suppose that makes you the advance guard. With a tinkling click, the Duchess thumbs a bead in her rosary and fixes you with a penetrating look. I have had the honor of knowing many Gapaks in the course of my long life, but I do not recall you. You must be of the younger branch, my dear. You must surely have the severity of Sabord Shab in you. But then those eyes? Calavan branch? No, I'm losing my touch. You're decidedly Nobilis Minoris Eratli. Alas, I am of the Calavan line. Well, this is rather embarrassing, since the Calavans are a minor offshoot of House Drivestem. Dozen souls, all told, and I know each and every one of them. Only a member of Gapak Ulwens could set foot on Dargonis at present, although it is rather unseemly for the deed to come to court, or dead to come to court. Guards? Pain and suffering.
Victory awaits.
Wax is still warm. You yourself suggested I use it as proof that we're in a time loop. Okay. Gaprak offspring is dead. Gaprak fell by the hands of Izamend Sarbek. He deserves it. I wish to discuss the missing Gaprak reinforcements. He spurred Camilla Drivestem to... It's time for Camilla Drivestem to be handed over for interrogation. The enemy's next move is to bombard the headquarters of our defensive line. This is bad, very bad. Thank you for the information. I hope your source is reliable. The air defense turret system has been damaged by the enemy. It was operational this morning. Damn it. Talk to Magos, Exalt 117, have him check the turrets again. Juvena von Valencius is relaying information about the Inquisition's command headquarters at this very moment. Juvena actually betrayed Father. Do you have proof? Follow me and you will see for yourself. I had my suspicions, but God Emperor is my witness. I still hope you're wrong. Lead the way. The Seneschal listens silently to the Vox conversation. Her face hardens further with every word she hears. Ilana, the servant of the Golden Throne, transmitting the coordinates of perimeter. When she finally notices your presence, Juvena abruptly cuts off the transmission and turns toward you. Throne of Terra? What is the meaning of this? What the... She sucks in a furious breath, biting back the swear word. What are you two doing here? Juvena, you ungrateful Tiberians. Organic eye widens in shock. All this time you have been aiding the enemy, bringing them to our doorstep? How? How could you? Juvena has betrayed you, Laria. This Vox station is her line of communication to the Inquisition. You have seen it with your own eyes. Enough with the pretense. Juvena throws back her shoulders proudly. I will neither deny my deeds nor repent of them. If you are so mired in heresy that you are willing to follow a heretic into the flames, so be it. One day I will see you, sister, and you, traitor, burn for your crimes at the hands of the Inquisitor of Iramen. Thank you for your vigilance, Zen. We just eliminated one of the most significant threats to the dynasty. Lady Von Valencius. Safety shall be your responsibility, Lieutenant. Do not leave her side, even for a moment. It is for your own good, noble heir. I'm Zen, I serve Lady Voigtfear. I wish to ask you a few questions. The time loop exists. Can you help me destroy the anomaly? Your attention is required elsewhere. The inner perimeter turrets require an immediate inspection. Please do not encroach upon a control radius beyond your competence. A layperson, which you are, does not possess sufficiently advanced knowledge to assign priority to malfunction events. Please listen to me, Magos. I know of what I speak. As an exception, I will enter this data into my observations profile. Information received, priority changed for some reason. The probability of critical errors continues to increase in proportion to the necessity of the function.
A new challenge for me.
Okay. Allow me to assist with the repair of the air defense system. Have you managed to repair the air defense system? Regrettably, the information you seek lies outside the circuit of knowledge accessibility to the laity. However, calculating the path to comprehending the anomaly requires complete data. The matter is that the air defense battery does not require repair. The error that disrupted the guiding mechanism was introduced into the navigation grid using basic access codes. The probability of this being an accident is minimal. Logical conclusion, or calculation, leads to a disappointing conclusion. There's an individual inside the headquarters who's sabotaging the sacred machines. Allow me to assist with the repair of the air defense systems. Remarkable accuracy in the rituals of the tech sacraments. I would like to meet the person who calibrated you. Okay, you hear usual sounds of battle, as well as sentries idly bickering about something or another, but the brass amplifiers, yep. Of the public address system are silent. It seems there will be no airstrike this time around. I've been informed that our allies have managed to break through. I serve the Seneschal, Laria, your lordship. Why is the Inquisition? What does your retinue think? Everything's clear to me. Among those present, you're really alive. We're caught in a trap and must flee. I am your descendant. No. We are caught in a trap and must flee. I have heard everything I need. I'm your descendant. Sick and tired of this game, even after all these years, after all the modifications. Varian wraps his fingers against his chest, producing a hollow clanking sound from beneath his uniform. The noble houses have still not given up hope of finding ties to the Rogue Trader dynasty. If you knew how many such bastards I had executed, you would not dare to spew such lies. You should abandon your dreams of the warrant if you wish to keep your life. I heard that you seek to strengthen the dynasty's position with the help of a valuable artifact. Found out about that too, did you? No point in hiding it. I did indeed have an artifact in my possession, a blade of incredible power. Laria insisted that I place the artifact under guard and not agitate the soldiers. I confess I felt more at ease with it in my belt, but the Seneschal's argument was more sensible. Do you think this artifact is enough to strengthen the position of the Von Valencius dynasty? Your interest in my dynasty is endless, isn't it? You should know that my plans are far more ambitious. House Von Valencius will soon be the most powerful rogue trader dynasty in the Expanse. But do not hold your breath for details of my plan. You will have to wait and see. I don't know what more I need to do.
None shall stand in my way.
It's about time.
If you accept I'm right about the time loop. Okay, nothing's there. Let's discuss new thoughts on the temporal anomaly. Can you help me destroy the anomaly?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I've spoken with everybody that's really left. Outside of these two? I guess I'll speak with these two. Do you realize where we are? Why is that strange energy barrier around the palace perimeter? I don't know what you're talking about, my lord. You should ask someone with quicker wits. I'm not used to such talk. Been at your post long. Not long enough to be tired. I only just relieved Sarbek, the one who'd been assigned to keep an eye on us all. You can't even follow the uniform who can't even follow the uniform regulations? He got himself all dirty the other day, dragging enemy corpses. A pilot, then? Yes, sir. No good to anyone on solid ground. I recently heard that some noble positions got hit by artillery, it seems. The banners scattered like a flock of birds. I wish I knew who it was. Your regiment's a little out of the ordinary, I see. I know you'll think everyone says this about themselves, but if it wasn't for petty nitpicking, I wouldn't be here. Unauthorized touching of a consecrated perimeter. Well, where was I supposed to sit? In midair? Desecration of a shrine? It's not like I smoked the place out on purpose. Reuben heaves a sigh as if coming to terms with his sentence all over again. Anyway, I'm not complaining. How else would I have gotten into the Arch-Militarum? My health's not good, but they're not picky in the Penal Legion. God Emperor willing, I won't die before I can prove I'm worthy or worth something. I've seen what you become, a hero. The soldier listens in bewilderment to your lamentable tale of the pilot and his pleas that were answered only by the silence of space. And of the distant planet Zarkov, where the people honor his memory. You tell a good tale, and a planet named after a sergeant? What a laugh. What are people saying about the Gaprak reinforcements? Not for me to know. The long soldier. We meet again, my lord. Sorry for not letting you in right away. That's the job. You know anything about the Gaprak reinforcements? Not a thing. We've been waiting for days. Something happened to them, I guarantee it. We'll have to muddle through on our own, but me and my lads are no stranger to that. We were told to stick it out, so that's what we'll do. You lead the Marav regiment, I take it? Exactly right, my lord. I'm this regiment's first ever sergeant, with other guardsmen, highborn and trained. Maybe you'd need someone smarter than me, but with this lot, I've found the knack. You've got to choose your words carefully if you want good results. You're human beings too, after all, and soldiers of the Imperium. One day an entire planet will be named after you. You're joking, are you? Right you are. The lads say my sense of humor was shot off by a las gun when I was a kid. I only laugh when it's a direct order. Have you been standing guard long? We just relieved Sarbek and his enforcers. He's a decent commander, keeps everyone in line, but doesn't go looking for things to gripe about. He tries to make himself out to be a highborn, though, and my lot can't stomach that. That's why we don't get along better. Pointed to bloodstains. The Gaprak Scion was here. Tell me what you've done to him. I swear on the Holy Throne we saw nothing. Why would we do such a thing? We don't want to die before our time, and we'd be nothing but delighted to see any reinforcements. You'd better talk to the Seneschal. She's a sensible woman. She'll know what's what in a heartbeat.
Follow my lead.
Who among your fellow soldiers, I wish to discuss your hidden talents. I'm listening. I hear you have hands of gold. You can lay your nimble fingers on just about anything. I'm no one special, my lord. I landed myself in the Penal Legion because of a streak of bad luck. I wanted to do better for myself, so I started peddling rubbish from the Manufactorum. Turned out that it wasn't rubbish at all, but actually highly valuable materials. That's how I wound up in 32nd. I believe we can help each other. There's a man in possession of a very valuable artifact. I wish to see him parted from it. I know what you're getting at. I had the same thought. Since my life's worthless to the Imperium, I've got nothing to lose. I'll swipe the sword and make myself disappear. I'll take myself off to Footfall, fence it there for a decent amount, and start a new life. Why go all that way to sell it? I'll buy it from you here. Just name your price, and what's more, I can have my people escort you to Footfall afterward. Unable to help himself, Jareb runs a hand through his tousled straw-colored hair in puzzlement. This has to be a joke, my lord. Deal? But his lordship keeps the blade under guard? We need somehow to lure the guards away from the treasure? And then I can handle the rest? After it's done, I'll be waiting outside the infirmary with the precious cargo. I'll definitely be there. The guard shift change is coming up. We shall go to the place where Sabarian keeps his sword. I'll distract the guards. The rest is up to you. Come along. Show Laria's ring. The Seneschal has ordered me to relieve you. The guard glances around doubtfully, but still leaves his post for fear of falling onto disfavor with his superiors. You remain still for a while longer to see if anyone takes an interest in what you're doing. Jareb lingers awkwardly by the display case before at last finding the courage to interrupt your watch. Perhaps we'd best meet at the infirmary later, my lord. I can do the rest on my own. Don't take this the wrong way, but you're a bit too conspicuous.
I won't tolerate weakness. Victory awaits!
Let's discuss new thoughts on the temporal anomaly. Okay, did that get him to move back?
A new challenge for me?
No. Okay, so I have to do that earlier. Laria Voigtveer. My lord, now it's time to pay up, as we agreed. You take the sword from Jareb and hand over the payment. The sergeant's face lights up with almost childlike joy. It's a pleasure doing business with someone like you, my lord. Thanks for your help, then. I've got a safe spot nearby. I'll wait until the fighting's over and your people arrive to take me to Footfall. We'll see each other again, if destiny wills it. The wielder and their allies gain 5 plus 5 times psi rating levels of burning and bleeding, and always fail tests to remove these effects. While both burning and bleeding, their weapons deal additional fire damage equal to the wielder's levels of burning percent of damage dealt and rending damage dealt equal to... Ah, neat. Well, this is a new state of affairs, I believe. Sabarian looks like a statue of himself, head held high, shoulders thrown back, with folds of his heavy cloak rippling in the wind. He watches his assembled entourage with a resolute gaze. Sorry, had to cough. Waiting for everyone's attention before he finally speaks. His Vox synth-enhanced voice carries across the square. Allies, the servants of the Holy Ordos, have ridden roughshod over the covenants of the God Emperor. Inquisitor Af Iramin has threatened the life of rogue traitor and the dignity of his loyal servants. For this, the enemy will die by my hand. The enemy is drawn close to the palace gates, and it is time to fight back. Pardon my impertinence. Would your lordship care to hear from your vassals before the battle? My life is not the only one at stake here, but all of yours as well. I will listen to anyone who has something to say. The seneschal will be my first to speak. I will be brief. The enemy vastly outnumbers us. The best place to stage a line defense is right here in the inner palace. Your loyal people and military prowess are the only thing we can rely on now, your lordship. Listen to the words of a warrior, not a dilettante. We need to go on the defensive and exhaust the enemy. The gates are our main advantage. Also, our defensive perimeter is working as it should. The turret's machine spirits are satisfied and will stop any airstrike. The command headquarters has withstood the enemy strikes, and casualties are minimal. This gives us an advantage. Siberian turns his head toward me, and his implants respond with a metallic grinding sound. What about you? Surely your advice won't be to lock ourselves up behind the gates and wait for the enemy to present himself, to be slaughtered? Laria was right to point out that we should trust in our people and proceed with caution. I also wish to hear from those who have held their peace thus far. Speak freely, counselors. Do not fear that your words will be misinterpreted. I wish to hear from everyone. Surprised at the lack of response from his retinue, Siberian raises his hand in a questioning gesture. Advice usually pours out from you in a torrent. So why are you all staying silent when it truly matters? Expected you to condemn the very thought of negotiations? Still, in these circumstances, I will accept even your telling silence. The rogue trader catches your eye. You suggested I listen to my retinue, but what do you have to say? Do you too think I can negotiate, or think one can negotiate with the rabid Grox? I'm gonna nod to Exalt 117. The time has come to serve the Museion and Lady Juvena. I'm kind of like on both tracks here, and I don't know. This seems the more clear way. Preliminary calculation of the political conjecture shows that such a maneuver may be effective. The probability of a successful compromising conclusion to the confrontation approaches 90%. I too believe you should attempt to achieve a peaceful outcome. If I had my blade on me, no. I was so blinded by my own hubris that I forgot where the true power of the rogue trader lies. It is in the people who faithfully serve the dynasty. You are my strength. You are my blade that will slay Dietis Af Iramin. Siberian raised his arm in an imperious gesture. Allies, the time has come. Heed my order. Carry out Seneschal Voigtvir's plan. Prepare to defend the palace for the Von Valencius dynasty for the Emperor. The man before you is immediately recognizable as a servant of the Golden Throne, thanks to his heavy insignia of dull gold. The man is swathed in dark fabric, with a cloak of rough cloth thrown over the top. His face, which is heavily lined, but not by the ravages of time, is so unremarkable that it is as if it were a deliberate attempt to make himself forgettable. But his eyes, no one would soon forget those. They are the eyes of someone who stares when others look away. Only someone strong of will or a mindless monster could withstand that penetrating gaze. Alright, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will catch everyone when we return. Alright. We are back. Despite the Inquisitor's formidable presence, Sabarian maintains his dignified bearing and bows his head with pointed courtesy. Greetings, Inquisitor. I had heard that the Rosette opens many doors, and it seems that my door is no exception. Allow me to introduce you to Zen, a loyal servant of my dynasty. Zen, this is Deodis Af Iramen, he who leads the enemy forces. I would not call making his acquaintance an honor, but you can decide that for yourself. Esteemed Deodis, let us put a swift end to this affair. I deny all your accusations and have no cause for repentance. Siberian, let's not give these fools a chance to open their mouths. Only poison will pour from their throats to battle. Your companions murmur in agreement. In response to your words, the Inquisitor silently turns his gaze to the Sisters of Battle. They stand as if carved from stone, and yet there's no peace in that stillness. Their bolters are raised, just enough to take aim in a single motion. Soldiers to May, cover his lordship's flank, assigning priority to the highest order, the vector of convergence with the enemy. The Inquisitor beckons, and the Sisters of Battle immediately raise their bolters. The ceremonial steel of their sarissas seem to leer at you, like the fangs of a ravenous beast. With a glance at Laria, Siberian lunges forward with the same desperation as a void ship hurtling out of the warp into real space. Sick. I actually get to do things. As much as I enjoyed that little roundabout that I had for like an hour and a half, I much prefer getting to do some combat, even if the combat is easy.
Too bad I never leave debts unpaid. Don't
Voice
get
of
too
command, air of
cocky. I can do
authority.
that with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky. You've got a problem, I've got a prize. Don't get too cocky. Am I getting paid for this? Tell me, and it is done.
Alright, we have been sufficiently
You've got a
buffed.
problem, I've got a prize.
And then I give it over to Aogen,
I can do that with the right incentive.
who buffs everybody.
Executing command. Astute observation. The machine's lyrics prove. Assess and act at instant.
Oh, this can't actually be transmitted? It says it can be retransmitted. Only used on enemy or allies with enemies adjacent to them. That's fine. There wasn't really like a better option anyway.
Utterly impossible.
Okay. Then we give me yeah, we'll give me an extra turn.
Removing restrictions from the galvanic cell.
Endure. Reckless Rush.
All too easy.
Galvanize.
Let's see how they respond to this. You don't stand a chance! We need to regroup!
I am actually amazed that I did not parry that. Okay. Oh, it's because it wasn't actually an attack, it was a shove, I guess? Oh no, I had a 97% triggered auto hit due to... Okay, that's what it was. Only a 65% chance of hitting. That hecking shield.
Already done. Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath, scum. Nothing on there's nowhere to hide. Nothing of value has been lost.
Don't mind me. Just making them come to me.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
I gotta say, I kinda like this elite blast pistol. I just gotta line them up and, you know, the Inquisitor just kinda melted. No big deal.
Not a problem for you. Didn't stand a chance. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Nothing of value has been lost.
Try again, heretic.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Okay, I will come here and then hook.
Fear. Nothing of value has been lost.
Charge in.
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Reload.
Nothing of value has been lost.
We'll fight on.
Nothing I can't do.
Okay, those aren't actually enemies.
Already done. Nothing I can't do. Not a problem for me. Suits my purposes. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
All of the free charges.
Nothing I can't do.
Oh, I ran out of free charges. Alright, that's fine. I will wildfire. And then daring breach.
My time is now. Suits my purpose. You didn't stand a chance. Carry on. Not a problem for me. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Already done. Foul witchcraft! Nothing of value has been lost. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Doubt is for the weak.
GG's.
No, this isn't right. It's all lies. It wasn't like that.
Your history of it pointless, Spectre. Your truth was an intricate work of artifice, frozen in eternity. Until Unenlightened savages violated the integrity of the exhibit.
The metal giant, draped in a weighty mantle and holding a sinister-looking staff, turns his head slowly, surveying the palace of Dargonis. You see no hint of emotion in the unmoving mask that rests in place of the Xenos' face. But in his unnatural voice, however, there is a clear note of vexation.
A clutch of vermin stowed away inside an exhibit, spoiling my masterpiece. And now I am compelled to appear here on the half-forgotten fringes of the galaxy. Well done. You have succeeded in drawing upon yourselves the gaze of Trazyn the Infinite, master of the Museion you worthless pests invaded. The little thief dared to steal from the preserver of histories, and now causing trouble again. What is this? Some foolhardy rescue attempt? So, your worthless name is still recalled by one of your short-lived kind.
Look around. The world around you is frozen, the people, mechanisms, even the very breeze, absolutely everything is stopped, transfixed in eerie poses. You blink, and a wave passes over the world like static on an ancient cogitator screen. The only creatures spared this strange stasis are your retinue and Siberian. Look at Siberian. Siberian stares ahead, dumbstruck, helpless to fend off the realization crashing over him. The light of his cybernetic eye stutters, as though even his augmetics are breaking under the weight bearing down upon them. Facing the infinite, I am Zen von Valencius, and I have come for my ancestor.
The very fact of your finding your way here sets you apart from other pests. Curious determination and lack of foresight. Then again, perhaps you had no notion of what you were getting into.
Siberian seems to jerk awake and draws himself up straight, the movement accompanied by the piercing sound of dozens of ancient implants. With a burst of florid profanity, the rogue trader draws his weapon and rushes forward. In response, the Xenos raises his hand and, without looking, lazily snaps his fingers.
Primitive civilizations are always amusing in their inability to grasp the full scope of their powerlessness, and their simultaneous insistence on denying it altogether. The path for those in this place is determined by me alone. All the more so now that your actions have forced me to come here in person.
What is this place?
You are inside one of the pieces in my collection, the greatest in the galaxy. I assembled it myself, crossing distances of millions of star systems and time spans of hundreds of millennia. To be among the relics, creatures, and events on display in the Museion of Trazyn the Infinite is an honor that I grant to very few.
Why did you capture the ancestor of the Von Valencius dynasty and imprison him here?
Siberian von Valencius. This rare member of your family garnered my interest. He did this by crossing my path and stealing a priceless relic, which I had intended to add to my collection. This act so impressed me that I decided to recover stolen item and thief together. I knew that Siberian would return, seeking other treasures hidden on the world of Zarkov. I knew he would not forgo the opportunity to investigate the portal he would so conveniently discover inside the temple.
Okay.
Since then, Siberian von Valancius and his dearest Laria Voigtveer have been the protagonists of their own exhibit. Again and again, they experience the hopeless siege of their world. Again and again, they choose paths, make decisions, and reach the finale in new and unexpected ways. A finale that has already been predetermined. A defeat in which Siberian is inevitably betrayed by his precious trophy. The Crimson Dance of Cain. The very sword he stole from me. The very sword I took back. Leaving Siberian trapped in an endless loop, armed only with a hard-light facsimile.
I seem to have spoiled your plans. What now?
The display I designed is ruined, and the collection has lost one of its exhibits. And this after I lavishly rewarded Siberian for his exceptionalism. I am stripping the von Valancius dynasty of the honor of being part of the Museion exhibition. Take your ancestor. I will seek out a replacement. Needless to say, I will be keeping Laria Voigtveer. She has performed her role diligently, and I see no reason to discard her. If Siberian wishes to be reunited with her, he can return, beg for forgiveness, and perhaps earn the privilege of rejoining my collection. As for you, Pest, I have made a small addition to your physiology. I am eager to observe how you make use of your new trophy. And observe I shall, all the while voicing my opinions directly to your ears, wherever you may be.
Pain lances through your entire being. You want to scream in the hope that it will alleviate this unbearable suffering, but then you realize that the agony, once fleeting and unending, has already stopped. Your vision doubles and splotches of colors seem to swim in the air in front of you.
Now, get out of my museum.
Where's the rest of my retinue? Laria. Siberian's fingers reach toward the fading portal, but grasp only empty air. For several moments, the Lord Captain stands motionless, his hand frozen in the air. When he turns to you, the hem of his heavy coat billows, and his augmented joints exhale noisily, releasing steam. You! Ice cracks in Siberian's voice as his accusing finger points at me. The skin of his face twitches convulsively, unable to form a grimace of rage. Explain yourself now. Vedka freezes in a reverent bow, forming the Aquila over her chest. Her soldiers, however, keep their eyes fixed upon your ancestor, their las guns set to combat readiness. From the corner of your eye, you notice Sarbek start moving toward you, shock maul in hand, only to stop in confusion as she recognizes the von Valancius colors upon the intruder. Lord Siberian, I am Zen von Valancius, current holder of the Warrant of Trade, and you are aboard the dynastic flagship. What nonsense is this? You are aboard my flagship and you dare... The mechanical voice suddenly cuts off. Siberian feverishly shifts his gaze from the face of the crew to the furnishings of the bridge, recognizing nothing. Clutching his head, he repeats, "This is absurd. This cannot be." The flickering, disintegrating silhouette of the now familiar Xenos appears as if out of nowhere. Trazen's voice resounds in your mind. My former exhibit's brain is trying to make sense of reality. Being transferred from my collection to a living environment is a shock capable of disrupting the neurohumoral regulation of a physiological species equipped with a simple form of higher nervous activity. Is Siberian going to die? Oh no. His body's more metal than flesh, although his mind is still very human. He will be able to overcome his negative physiological reactions once he is acclimatized to this new reality. You will be dealing with a Siberian von Valencius who is in full possession of all his knowledge, quirks, and outsized ambition. Let's see if that proves to be his fatal flaw this time around. The vision of the Xenos disappears, and you're left on the bridge, surrounded by your officers, who are staring at you with astonishment. The sight of their Lord Captain talking to an empty space has clearly made a lasting impression on them. Siberian masters his shock and inclines his mutilated head slightly. I see that our encounter with the accursed Trazen has left its mark upon both of us. The hour will come when he repays in full all that he owes the dynasty. Until then, accept my gratitude. There's no doubt that you are a von Valencius, for even amidst the Xenos' lying illusions, you made the right choice in supporting Seneschal Voitvir. I could not have acted otherwise toward my own ancestor. No thanks are necessary. It grieves me that Laria remains hostage of Trazen. Encouraging words, I hear them in the spirit of a von Valencius heir. Siberian's condescending smile is hidden behind the Vox grill that has replaced his lower jaw, yet it is audible in his voice. We shall see whether deeds follow. Siberian suddenly staggers, yet forces himself to remain upright through sheer will. And now I require rest. See to Lord Siberian, Victus. Escort my ancestor to the Sector Bionica. Yes, your lordship. I will order the equipment prepared at once. Siberian obediently leaves the bridge. For the first time, his shoulders are slumped and his gaze is empty of all but infinite exhaustion. Let me help. Donosky, giving you a concerned look, rushes after Siberian. That was a fun little excursion. While I am here, I want to... No, my gun is still not a single shot, so I can't use... God. The fact that this only works on single shots, and it doesn't say that. It reads the exact same as this one. That said, knowing that now, I should change this for Abelard. Let's see, what can I give him instead? Three perception, -3 ballistic skill. I mean, that's 3 dodge reduction. It's the most basic one, but it is better than nothing. He doesn't use ballistic skill anyway. I could just give him the focal emitter MK1. It's not the worst thing in the world. You, janitor, get the long-range combat sensors. Enjoy. It also becomes galvanized. For fun. What else can I do for myself here? Are there any legs that I want? I don't think so. I think I'm good here. Unless there's something good here. Combat stimulants doesn't inflict negative effects. I mean, it's a thought. .48 shock damage. Void Ship Shrine, I want to remove you. And then put you in the back. See if that fixes the turn order.
None shall stand in my way.
And then let's go to the Sector Bionica.
It's about time.
Siberian, are you back here? No. Where is Siberian? I'm not fond of the fact I don't know where he is. Still prefer Void Shadows? That is completely fair. I don't actually know which one I like more. Void Shadows added an extra archetype, which is really neat. And the storyline felt very integrated into the game because it was all on the ship. But I don't know. I kind of like Aogen more than I like Cabela. I like the augments a lot. I wish there were like more of them and they were more diverse instead of just like a million different flavors of the same one. But, I mean, I still like them. On top of that, so far the story's been interesting. Not as good as Void Shadows, but like 75%. I feel. Nomos, Rogue Traders, Cogitator. Your bias is against augments? Are you not allowed to use augments as a psyker? Oh, right. I found an ancient augment. I should go get that looked at. Just have barely any use for him. That's fair. This isn't the Sector Bionica. How did I end up here? Me clearly not paying attention to where I'm going. But yeah, like I said, I do wish that they had more variety in the augments, whatnot. As a melee psyker, I think I could still make use of good old hook arm. The pneumatic assault grapple MK Assassin is just very nice. It is so very nice for moving around.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
What happened after the attack on Sector Bionica? I thought you were dead. Got him for himself. Must have been watching over me. Ferenz personally saw to it that I was brought back to life. Of course, arm implants are of the configuration I require have not yet been found, but Vivisector's voice trembles. I'm still doing my duty to you and the Imperium, helping Medicae officers with diagnostics, assisting with complex cases. What do you think of our new equipment? It's incredible, Lord Captain. The lighting, the instrumentation, the servants of the altar templum have awakened every sacred machine and granted us incense mixtures to dull pain. We will have fewer deaths from shock. All procedures will be completed in less time. Our work will advance to a new, unprecedented level. This is the best thing to have happened to the Sector Bionica in many decades. On this trinket on a frontier world, it must be restored to working order. Yeah, so the stim augment is really cool on paper because it gives you a really strong boost and it removes the downside. The problem is that boost isn't needed ever because the aim's too fucking easy. So it's just like, on paper it sounds really cool, and in practice there's no point in using it ever. Martin X gives the augment in your hands a quick glance, and consternation flashes across his face. This implant contains technology foreign to the Imperium, Lord Captain. Such creations of his enemy are cursed by the God Emperor. I beg you to get rid of this foul article without delay. I ordered you to repair it, not argue with me. Now do it. I'm unable to carry out your order, Lord Captain, whether I wish to or now, or not. Forgive me, but I am not graced with such profound knowledge of the omnisci's sacred mechanisms, unlike Janitor Ferenz. For the first time, a spark of excitement flares in Martinax's voice at the mention of his colleague. I'm compelled to warn you, however, you may deem it beneath him to touch such dubious and heretical technology.
Follow my lead!
Found this augment on a frontier world. Can you repair it? Scanning. Request denied. Unknown technologies are not among the gifts of the Omnissiah, are not subject to restoration, and must be disposed of immediately. In that case, I will ask your colleague, the Vivisector. He tends to be more accommodating than you. A stifled rasp comes from somewhere inside the tech priest, as if the augments in his body have entered into some kind of conflict. Inefficient, the Vivisector lifeform lacks the requisite competence. Brenz's visors quickly sweep over the area around him. Before he practically snatches the strange augment from your hands, the technology will be brought to maximum achievable efficiency. The restored bionic arm of superior quality emblazoned with the Von Valencius crest. The user can make shots from ring compact weapons once per round instead of once per combat. Okay, that is actually kind of neat because there's a lot of different ring compact augments. And that negative effect, though. Amulets cannot be equipped by the user. Why? It was so good, and then it became awful. The efficiency of this machine has been restored. The record of tech heresy within the Sector Bionics system has been deleted.
Challenge for me?
I wouldn't mind if certain slots got disabled. Like give me an augment that like does what that did, but make it so that it disables one of my weapon sets. I only need the one weapon set, really. That'd be cool. Disable my cloak? That'd also be cool. Okay. Amulets are just kinda really nice for a lot of builds. I also need to remember to use kick more often so that I can use the slicing symbol. Or get the benefit from it for movement. Need to remember kick gives movement. I guess I'm done here for now. I think. I don't know. I think I'd intended to go to Frozen Prince at some point before, and like, the Emperor's Palm and whatnot. At some point before I got called away to do a billion different things. I think the only reason I ended up on that planet was because a Zarkov colony event thing happened. True enough. Just in the Navigator's talent. Oh, yay! Navigator's Insight. I needed more of that. Yeah, let's go down here. An eerie feeling leaves your mind restless, as if something foul and alien crept in onto your void ship only to disappear, carrying away what was yours. Your intuition tells you that the answer to this mystery awaits you in your private chambers. A Talos Pain engine, the creation of the deranged minds of the Drukhari homunculi. Twisted sculptures of flesh from the dark city of Kimura. Blade of a Drukhari Xenos. One of the trophies taken from the bodies of the enemies during the defense of Dargonis. I'm just gonna look at my trophies. I haven't actually looked at them before. Yeah, they are cool. The cracked helmet of an Eldari Xenos is a reminder of the victory over the enemies of humanity on the Acre world of Janus. Even in death, the Sire continues to watch your every step. The head of the genetic abomination serves as a bitter reminder that a great many of humanity's enemies are hiding within the ranks of its allies. This is the sculptor thing from Thessara. A Slith? Stuffed corpse of a Slith, a bizarre xenobeast that was once in service to the Drukhari. Diffused explosive device created by inhuman hands and brought aboard the Von Valencia ship by Xenos raiders. Sacred cog from the production lines of Kiavagama. Mask of Aurora. Eternal hunger seems to be be frozen in the Ambul's many eyes. Hideous head of Steel Devil destroyed by rogue trader aboard a corrupted void ship. Where the mysterious shard once adorned the wall of your study, there is now a blank space. The trophy board is empty. Who dares rob the Grok's, or the rogue trader's, chambers? Grok shit. Abelard, I've been robbed. What? I will order a search to begin immediately. We will track down the scoundrel and the missing item. Trazyn the Infinite. As soon as you set down the Vox, the room fills with sinister green glimmers, and a familiar figure appears before you. You are grasping for answers, no doubt. I will deign to give you one. I deemed it unacceptable that an artifact of historical value should languish on the wall of an ignorant primitive. Now you're free to continue your insignificant existence without the risk of losing such a priceless artifact. The projection disappears, not even giving you a chance to reply to the Xenos that just robbed you. I've been robbed. Fine sculpture made from the strange metal seems to absorb any rays of light that fall upon it. glinting of the displayed weapons is mesmerizing. You've never seen many of these articles before. Yeah, this is Regicide board. Alright, cool.
Lord Captain. Lord...
Oh hey, there's Siberian. Most Holy Siberian von Valentius, truly the embodiment of hope and the God Emperor's will for the entire 32nd Regiment. I never dared dream I'd see you in the flesh. Vedka's voice trembles with emotion, yet her remaining eye intently studies every detail of your ancestor's face. Siberian waves his hand in a benevolent gesture. Rise, child. The 32nd Regiment, it cannot be. We have preserved the memory of you for centuries. We sang songs of the regiment's deeds under your command. Deeds? I suppose you did guard one of the minor worlds in my protectorate with some distinction. Disdain colors Siberian's words, and the admiration in Donosky's eyes shifts to bewilderment. Esteemed Siberian, this is Vedka Donosky, my Arch-Militant and commander of the 32nd Regiment. Arch-Militant, at such a young age, I suppose my Laria earned the title of Seneschal as soon as she came of age. Give me a chance to prove my skills, and I shall not waste it. Honored savior of the regiment, may I be dismissed? Siberian turns his entire body toward me with a soft hiss of hydraulics. The clanking of his implants echoes sharply across the bridge. He inclines his head slightly in greeting, his neck augmetics grinding beneath the collar of his coat. Air. My conduct after our return from Trazen's trap was unbecoming. I accept your apology. I made no apology, but I am glad we have left our grievances behind. I wish to speak of the events on Dargonis. An ill-fated day. Ask your questions, then let us leave the topic. Why did the Inquisition lay siege to Dargonis? For some time, Siberian is silent, and only the hum of the mechanisms sustaining his body can be heard. At last, he raises a hand and gestures to himself with an elegant flourish. The reason stands before you. From the day I obtained the warrant, everything I have done was for the good of the dynasty. To bring prosperity to our protectorate, I would sacrifice anything, including myself. The countless battles I endured took their toll upon my body, and soon frail flesh was replaced with implants. Heresy. That was what Deodatus said when he first encountered me. From that moment, he was always on my heels, hunting me, trying to prove I had betrayed the Imperium. The narrow-minded fool, Deodatus, believed the Inquisition had the authority to judge me, the anointed of the God Emperor. Tell me about the Xeno artifact, the sword you carried. I found it within a black tomb belonging to kin of the vile Xenos Trazen. Its former owner, an Eldari, was gripping it tightly in his shriveled hands, as though refusing to part with it, even in death. The stubbornness, along with the blade's masterful craftsmanship, sparked my interest. I traveled to the farthest reaches of the Cronus Expanse to uncover the truth about this artifact. Eventually, I managed to capture one of the so-called children of Asurian. Under torture, the Xenos identified the blade as the Crimson Dance of Cain and recounted its history. A mighty Eldari warrior once wielded the relic. This warrior ventured out to destroy one of the layers of the ancient enemy of his kind, whom they called the Ogier. Evidently, he failed. An astonishing story, do you not think? The sword would have lain in that tomb for many millennia had I not found it, but find it I did, and I turned the legacy of the Xenos to the service of humanity. For it is our species' destiny, heir of mine, to rule the galaxy and everything within it. Everything without exception. Who's Amelia? Or who's Amela? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that you know that name. I don't hide it. Amela, Inquisitor Amela, was my patroness. She belonged to the Ordo Xenos, and largely shared my views on technology of other races. Like me, she believed we should use Xenos knowledge for the benefit of humanity. We formed an excellent partnership, yet our alliance remained secret, largely because of the likes of Diotis. How did the siege truly end? I personally slew Inquisitor Diotis and the Palatine with that very blade of legend. With their leader gone, the madman's acolytes acknowledged my superiority and abandoned their efforts to breach the palace. Despite the Vox synthesizer's interference, you recognize unmistakably the pride in your ancestor's voice. Tell me about Laria. Laria, my seneschal, my daughter. For years, I did not know of her existence. She could have been merely the mistake of a chance dalliance with a nameless servant, but instead she became my most loyal ally. From an early age, Laria forged her path to the bridge through faultless service. Imagine my surprise when she revealed she was my daughter. My only regret is that she was the child of an unequal union, and I could not name her my heir. I entrusted Laria with my life and the fate of the dynasty, appointing her my seneschal. Yet, I was prepared to give her more. I was prepared to place the warrant of trade in her hands. Do you know the Sauerbachs are now a noble house? No, they're not. I eliminated them. They no longer exist. Well, outside of Jocasta, but she hardly counts. I wish to speak about Juvenna. Crimson spark of anger flashes in Siberian's augmented eye. Do not ask me of her. Juvenna was my daughter, yet everything that once tied us together has vanished into the abyss of ages. All has turned to dust. That is all you need to know. The siege of a rogue trader's palace would be a notable event. Why have I not heard nothing of it? I do not know, heir, but I am certain the Inquisition was involved. Scrubbing inconvenient events from history is undoubtedly their handiwork. Perhaps the Holy Ordos did us a service by erasing the siege of Dargonis from the records, for along with their defeat, they also consigned my transgressions to oblivion. I want to know more about you. That will have to wait for tomorrow. Today's going to be a 5-hour stream because I have to help my dad with some stuff today. And, yeah. Thank you all for stopping by. Very much appreciated. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit the follow button or the subscribe button on YouTube. And I will be back tomorrow with more Rogue Trader. Have a wonderful day and take care.